survey till we locate beverages and survey so we beat the averages. Shit was hitting and brothers was getting with it. All the homies picked a litter of kittens hitting and splitting. Now the last year's with me and kicking everyone out. These mad dudes wanna fuck around and find out. Yes, they figure gang up on me. I was escorting fuckers out 3 by 3. One by one, they would size me up. Cell phone rings, so I'm picking up. And word had it, I'ma get lumped the fuck up by these Trump motherfuckers. Gas pumped the fuck up. Weapon up, let her up, chucked by the keg. That's when I beat a whole crew with a chair leg. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. 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 Yo, fuck around, find out.
Proposition, there it is. Proposition 209.
I'm recording.
You're making this giant audio file. Are you actually recording?
Mm-hmm.
You're not recording. Are we being recorded? Is this on? Welcome to Split the Difference, the podcast.
You don't have to go.
Episode 0041. I'm Alan.
Are you really starting?
Oh, wait. Are you really recording?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Whoops.
Pausing.
Shake your hair.
Are you jealous?
I'm not jealous of your hair.
We're recording.
I'm just saying, you shake it around like you're some kind of like rock star. We get it. You have a lot of hair. But it's not so much that you do all the time.
We're recording.
We're not recording. Did you record that?
Yes. Let's go.
Are you serious?
Let's go.
Oh, wow. You did record that. Oh, boy. Jeez.
Ellen.
Welcome to Split the Difference, the podcast. I'm Alan.
I'm Whitney.
I can't believe you recorded that. By the way, this is episode 0041. I mean, really. Got to be excited about that. Old 41.
James Bond, Over the Hill.
You know, Skyfall was on last night.
Which one is that one? That's Daniel Craig still, right?
Daniel Craig, Javier Bardem. Spoiler alert, M dies. And I gotta say, when I watched that movie, besides thinking that, wow, it's really convenient that the villain's always a step ahead, even though the villain has no idea that he's going to get caught and how to get out and when all this stuff is going to be accessed.
That sounds like every James Bond movie.
I think about like how enjoyable the underground is. And you know, I look forward to... You let out a bad fart there? What was that?
My dog just farted. He can't stop interrupting the pod.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little gas. A little gas here, a little gas there.
I mean, it's my fault. I gave him cabbage for dinner, so I did this to myself.
You did. Are you drinking anything tonight?
I'm drinking a Good and Gather, which is they're not sponsored. I'm not going to show you. I'm drinking a bubbly water. They're not sponsored.
What a pump fake.
They can give us, well, I did say the name. Devotees will know where to get that, but devotees, whatever. If you are a bubbly water aficionado, you know exactly where that came from. But I'm just drinking some bubbly water.
It's one of these, if you know, you know, and if you don't, now you know type deals.
I mean, who knows?
Great way to finish that bit. Mm-hmm. We have a fantastic show. We're going to talk power of the people. We're going to talk Uber, but worse than Uber.
The worst.
And a segment that may never exist again. Tools of convenience, Whitney.
Mm-hmm.
Very excited about that.
Mm-hmm. These are first world tools.
It's going to be a segment where I struggle mightily. But before all of that, I want you to rank something.
Okay.
There are new emojis. They're here. And they're displayed on the screen right here.
Okay.
7 new emojis. Letting out some air, in the clouds, like hypnotized eyes, mending a heart on fire, and then, controversially, men with beards, and then women with beards. Whitney, I'd like you to rank these emojis for me. In terms
Am I ranking just based on which ones I like or don't like? Or which ones I'll use the most?
Which ones you'll use the most. That is where we're going here.
I always have to look up certain. Do you ever do this where you have to use an emoji and so you have to look it up and be like, are the praise hands necessary here, or do I really want like a thumbs up? Do you ever have to do that?
Well, yes. And one of the big issues that I run into is how an emoji's like meaning, what the original meaning is, may not be what everyone else uses it for.
Wait a second. Who decides what these mean? Like who's the committee? I mean, we talk about like the Oscars committee and all that stuff. Who are these people?
Yeah, these fat cats in Silicon Valley.
Exactly. How do we know?
Dictating things.
Representation matters, you guys. Okay. I don't exactly know what spiralize means.
Hypnotize.
Hypnotize. Okay. I feel like the one that I will probably use the most is the heart with the fire, because I think the emojis that I use the most are the heart emoji and the fire emoji.
Okay.
I think, followed by the fingers crossed emoji. I think those are my top three. I wonder if there's a way to figure that out.
How would you use the heart on fire? Like is it heartburn, or is like you're so moved?
No. I think it's that I'm so in love with what I'm seeing, and not like real in love, but just like colloquial in love. Like I can see myself using it when a friend posts something that's like, yo, look at my new, I don't know, rain boots that's a horrible example because I wouldn't post hearts on fire. What would I post hearts on fire? I would post a heart on fire for like one of my artist friends, like one of their new pieces. If they were like, look what I made, then I might,
I hope they don't sound like that when talking.
Give them a little heart on fire. What was that?
I hope they don't sound like that.
Well, maybe they're a visual artist. I don't know. I have some annoying friends. That's fine. Gotcha. Okay. They put up with me. I put up with them. So I'd probably use that one the most. I think I would probably next use the mending heart.
Wow.
I guess. But this is all based on, I think I use the hands and then the hearts most. Like thumbs up or peace sign or, like fingers crossed or thumbs down or whatever. I don't actually use the faces that much. So, okay. Fire heart, mending heart. I don't know what the face in the clouds thing is, but I feel like I would use that for
I think we know what that is.
What is it?
I think somebody may say that their head's in the clouds.
Oh, but they're high.
But I think people will use it as your highest.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm definitely going to use that one.
And so because I doubt it'll pop up as high as a kite when you like run your cursor over it. But that's exactly what
kite emoji? Yeah. So I'm definitely going to use that one. So I'll say those are still my 1, 2, 3. And then I guess the spiralized one, I don't really know what I would use it for. This sort of exhaling one, what is that, like meditating?
I think it's more so like exasperated. I think I would use that
okay. I would use that, but I would use it for like, yo, take a breath, meditation, blah, blah, blah. And then these beard fucks, I'm not using either of them. I'm not. What am I sending I'm not a bearded person. Like, what am I going to send bearded things to people for?
Is this by choice? You're not a bearded person? Like, if you didn't shave, like you'd let it
I think if I really, really, really wanted to, I could grow like 2 or 3 hairs here, and then like 1 or 2 down here. Okay. I think that's really what it would come down to.
A little chinny chin chin action.
Little chin chin action. I just give a little every once in a while when I see it sprouting. But I don't have much in the way of the facial hair or the arm hair. I don't know if you can see that, but
it's very smooth. Very smooth.
Yeah. Okay. That's weird. Don't comment on my arm hair.
Okay.
Alan, what's your order?
A great question. I'm glad you asked. It's going to be this exhaling thing first, because I think I'm going to be tired of a lot of people.
Okay.
Tired of arguments, tired of the BS.
I'm going to send it back to you when you send it to me to remind you to meditate.
That's deep. That's deep,
Anyway.
Caps. That's real deep.
And then what?
I think I'm going to be using the head in the clouds, but I'm not going to be using it properly, and people are going to clown me for it.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I think that the heart on fire, but only when I'm talking about.
I don't see you ever using that.
I mean, I don't use it. So, I mean, the rest of these I'm never going to use.
Well, you can't grow a beard, so.
And I've tried so many times. And, you know, shout out to KK the Barb, who's not listening, but may watch. She's helped out, and I showed her that I couldn't grow a beard, and she gave up hope.
So wait, what was she gonna do?
Oh, she was just like, you're cutting it too soon. You just need to let it grow. You're not patient enough.
Did she give you the juices and berries?
She told me, like, I need to rub a certain oil. You need to massage it. Guess what? Patchy's a Houlihan. You know what I'm talking about? Dodge a wrench, dodge a ball. Then I'm going to go with Spiral Eyes, Mending Heart, and these bearded people. I would be open to the bearded person if they were bald. I think the bias here is that there are no bald bearded folks. I don't like that. I'm not a fan.
Okay.
And make these beards a little.
I'm a big fan of a bald man with a beard. I'll tell you that right now. That is a lot of people are. That is a nice combo.
Yeah, it must be nice for them. Such approval.
I just want to point out really quick. I'm scrolling through our text messages here, and I think I'm in 2019.
No, but we're in 2020.
No, I think I'm in 2018. No, I'm in 2019 here. And we have used emojis with one another twice. Do you want to guess what they are?
I'm assuming that I sent you a thumbs up.
No.
Oh, good.
What do you think I sent you?
A middle finger.
That, you know what? It's very on brand. No, I sent you a sad face. You also sent me a sad face. That's what we sent each other.
Was it an immediate response?
No. They're two separate. This is one was up and one was down. But yeah, so now we're going to have to start using it. So get ready. I'm about to send you a bunch of bearded white dudes.
I don't know if that. Oh my God. My light.
Jesus.
I'm back, baby. Back and better than ever.
Jesus. What just happened to you?
The lighting was rough, and I don't have my tech people here because of COVID-19.
Fired.
So, the solo.
Fired.
And so we're just going to make it happen. Caps, first topic.
Let's do it.
It's the power of the people. There's a story out in California. I don't know if you heard about this, a little election coming up. And in California, it's proposition season with respect to the ballots. Let me just clarify that. And in particular, there's a call to roll back Proposition 209, which essentially banned preferential treatment in public education based on race, ethnicity, and sex. And so right now on the upcoming ballot is Proposition 16, which is a constitutional amendment that will essentially repeal the affirmative action ban. This is what we're ultimately talking about. There's one part of the conversation, Whitney, that is around your thoughts on affirmative action. We've talked a little bit about this before.
Sure.
The more interesting part, in my opinion, is what are the things that should be up to the people to decide? And I think as we look at what's going on in the world and a lot of big votes that are going to be coming up in a lot of different chambers, I think it's always kind of a refresher and kind of useful to think about what do we want people to actually decide. So I open it up to you on both topics because I think we can cover a lot of ground here. So
I would say my first question, and this may be dipping a little bit into explainer territory, is do these sort of propositions only happen at state levels, or can they happen like at any level? Like could like a local county have a proposition up? Or like, have we ever seen propositions that are federal?
Oh, absolutely. I think it really is driven by the rules of the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, we have propositions here in Chicago, some are non-binding. Let's also be very clear. When they're
So what does that mean? So that would mean like this gives
a survey.
Yeah. That's essentially what it is it's like, we just kind of want to know how you feel about this, but we're not going to do anything about it.
How would you feel about if we legalized marijuana and this non-binding resolution here, or non-binding proposition, and then a whole bunch of people vote and they're like, okay, thank you.
We're going to take this under advisement. Well, I think to answer your question about like, what do I think is good for people to decide and what do I think is not, I guess I sort of feel like I don't trust my fellow citizens.
Oh no.
And I don't really trust my elected officials. So I'm just sort of feeling like I should decide everything. It's not really where I thought the end of that sentence was going to go when I started it.
But it usually comes after the beginning.
I mean, it's just, it's a wild adventure. Every single sentence is just open for a possibility. So I think I'm totally fine with something like this that has to do with education. I think that's a kind of thing that I think most people can really get behind or they're excited about. But again, it's like, I could see something like affirmative action. I do think a lot of people have, I don't know, fake news that they ascribe to or subscribe to around something like that. I mean, as much as I feel like education decisions should be made by the taxpayers and by the people that are using those services, I think it's also a very fraught topic. Does that make sense? Like affirmative action specifically.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think one of the difficulties about any time that you're going to the people to decide things is you want them to have a baseline understanding of what the thing is. And you actually spent time in California, way more time than I have, and you're way more familiar with the manipulation of language when it comes to these propositions and how things are written. And I know there's voter guides that go out and there's controversy about how all of that's framed. I think that affirmative action is or a policy that essentially creates or bans affirmative action is probably at the level of something that I would be okay with the people deciding, provided that it's, legal within, the state Supreme Court structure and the U.S. Supreme Court. I think it gets dicey. I don't think it gets dicey. I'm pretty against individual right questions being decided by the people. So
something like weed?
I don't know. If we're thinking California or whatever, something like same-sex marriage.
I see. Okay.
And, obviously that was a massive amount of tension and relief, but those were questions that were put to the people multiple times, and the people felt differently at one time versus another. But in my eye, with the things that are conferred with, say, marriage and as a changing of your status with the state, I don't know if I want someone's preferences of who they want to be with for the rest of their life for the next 18 months to be decided by other people, because I don't think that's up to other people. And so I think that's where it gets kind of precarious. I think marijuana is probably on one of those lines where I think I could see how it would be left to the hands of the people. Now, I should also say, I think that the will of the people, while appropriate, it should not come maybe above the will of the legislators that the people elect. So if the folks say, "Hey, I don't want this marijuana legal," and then the legislative body is like, "Cool story, bro," or sis, I'm going to change this around. I think that's okay as well. And I think that may get dicey as well.
Yeah.
Do you go to the will of the people over the system of elected officials and representatives? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a bias that I have around the will of the people may perhaps be a little bit more virtuous. And I don't mean virtuous in that people are always acting out of I don't think that people are always hoping for good outcomes. I think sometimes people really do want other people to suffer. And I think it's more real. It's more authentic. Sometimes I think about the will of the legislators being sort of like a confluence of, yeah, okay, I'll take into account what my constituency wants, but also I have to keep these donors happy over here. And also I have my own personal morals and I got to think about reelection, and there's more calculus involved. And if you'd ask me tomorrow, perhaps I have a different opinion on all of it, but I think I'm particularly cynical right now when it comes to everything, to be fair. But I think especially like our government at the moment, the state is not my good books.
Let me ask you, because one of the things I do like is the fact that California in particular allows people to decide on like public use of funding for projects like stadiums. And thankfully the wise people of California are like, this is a waste of money. This is not a good investment. And so we're not going to support this. Do you think that there's a room for people deciding things like events?
Say more about that. Like, what do you mean?
I don't know. Like if you want to host the Olympics? Yeah. Or like citywide kind of events that will take a lot of resources that could confer differential benefits. Do you think there's room for, because, these projects are organized independently by, frankly, private entities and public spaces. Should there be a role for the cities to say, yeah, we don't want the Olympics here, or we don't want whatever event here, the draft or a marathon or something like that? Is that a space? Because I would say I'm pretty in favor of that.
Yeah, for sure. I also think Chicagoans would vote to keep the marathon every single time. But I do think that the citizens, the folks who actually live in the area, are a pretty important stakeholder when you consider things like that. I mean, hosting the Olympics would be a huge, huge issue and inconvenience in Chicago. And I think we both know that Olympic Games never make any money. And so it's a really challenging thing for a city to take on. And I just don't think Chicago would handle it well. Now, I mean, I'd be fine with it, I suppose, because I could Airbnb my place and I have a certain amount of privilege that I can get away from a lot of this. And I still would just be like, no, thank you. As much as I like watching the Olympics, I don't want it in my backyard. No, thank you.
Should people get to decide names of sports teams, Whitney Caps?
Ooh.
Because this is how you get weird things like the Toronto Raptors. Like,
I think that's a fine name.
It's a stupid name because the team came in existence around the time where Jurassic Park was popular and they were really into raptors. That's the only connection. There's nothing special about dinosaurs in Toronto. The T-Dot.
I don't know that that's true. Maybe we haven't dug enough. Like maybe we just don't know. Maybe everybody should be going and like looking for more dinosaur bones. I don't know. So I just want to point out there is an article from, I want to pull this up, from 2016. And this is in the BBC of all things. There was a ship that was from the National Environmental Research Council.
Floaty McFloatface.
Bodie McBoatface. So basically, a popular DJ made a note of like, hey, there's this, contest. The National Environmental Research Council is trying to rename this boat. A boat, by the way, that will replace the RRS Ernest Shackleton, which is like a really awesome name. For those that don't know, Shackleton kept all of his men alive in some Arctic adventure or something. And they didn't eat each other. He kept them all alive. But people wanted the boat to be named Bodie McBoatface.
Terrible.
124,000 votes. The second most popular choice, the Poppy Mai, had 34,000 votes. So I think you give people the opportunity to name something and they will probably act poorly.
I mean, we tell people to vote for judges and people have no idea how to assess judges. The idea that they'll be assessing affirmative action policy a little much, but whether we're going to have a big sporting event, whether we're going to have a certain set of allocations for a thing, I'm okay with.
Yeah. Yeah. For the record, for judges, I always just look at the endorsements. You know what I mean?
I know what an endorsement is, yeah.
No, I just mean like that for me is a shorthand of like, okay, if these people over here who I generally agree with think this person would do a good job, I say not these people. I mean like organizations, right? Like Personal Pack or the AFL-CIO or I don't know, certain publications in Chicago that I think are really reputable. Like that's a really good sign for me of like, okay, they've got the backing of these people. I feel like, you know, I can feel pretty confident. I mean, I still try to do as much research as possible. Hey guys, ballot ready, BallotReady.org. Is it .org, Ellen?
I mean, I don't know, but you were talking about sponsorship. I mean, we give them this free sponsor. We need to get them to pay us.
BallotReady.org.
Yeah, nice job with the pin in your mouth.
Everybody. It doesn't matter, okay? My charm comes from my off the cuffness. So I'm just going to pull it up, BallotReady.org.
Is it working for you today?
Yeah, it's working. Oh, this is a little bit. Oh my God, surprise, you guys. I'm going to vote for Joe Biden.
Wow.
What?
Wow, that's a little, I didn't know we were breaking news tonight.
Anyway, Ballot Ready. It's really wonderful. Please go. You put in your zip code. They show you your ballot. It's all of the research in one place. So you can click to like, I want to know what their policy is on criminal justice reform. You can click and it will show you all the sources where they've, shared something. Anyway.
Well done.
Well done.
We'll have to get some folks on the show here. And then we need to get at least a sweatshirt or something and pay us for this.
I don't know. Would you wear a Ballot Ready sweatshirt?
In a heartbeat. Listen, if I like the group, I will walk around with their gear all the time. Let's be very clear. And I'm talking to a lot of people out there. I'm not going to name names. You know what I'm interested in. There's some big fish I'm trying to land here. And we're big fish in a small pond if you only think about us and one other podcast. That said, I'll wear your gear. No problem with that.
All right. Well,
NPR who?
Talk about propositioning.
Well done, Caps.
Thank you. I liked it.
Is that what you did there?
I liked it. So speaking of really bad ideas.
Professional segue.
You know how like every new company that comes out is like, well, we're the Uber for getting your clothes washed.
Laziness.
Whatever.
Yes.
Well, yeah, laziness. But I also think it's like the laziness of investors as well. Like they can't really think beyond, this one particular premise. I need to think of everything in this particular box. But anyway, and I guess it's not just investors, it's users, it's everyone. So there is a new hot app out on the app stores now. It's called Civil, Civvl, and they're Uber for the worst day in everyone's lives.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't you like to know? So this company bills themselves as the Uber for evictions.
Jesus.
You didn't know you needed that, did you?
It's terrible.
So
that's actually terrible.
It's so terrible. So of course, I mean, this is probably not news to you, good viewer, but we are in a crazy economic spiral that has created this incredible issue around housing, right? Most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So when they lost their jobs or were somehow furloughed or, got their income cut during the pandemic, they were really relying on government assistance to help support them to pay rent as they continue. That assistance has run out. Our elected officials don't give a fuck. And so we're actually seeing like a record number of evictions being set for this fall. I don't exactly know when those protections run out. I know the first moratorium on evictions was, I think, August 1st. Does that sound right, Alan?
Sounds about right. I don't have the exact date in front of me here, but
But really, we just know that there's a lot of people that are going to run into trouble within the next couple of months. And those people are landlords who need people to come and force you out of your home. Alan, what would it take in your life for you to sign up to be a contract evictor for Civil?
This is a really oh wow, came in hot there. This is a really difficult topic for me to or question to answer because I don't want to remove who the bad person is,
Sure,
or the bad entity, because to answer your question, if I didn't have a job and I needed money, I would do this, right? And I think that it's the predatory nature of it's exploiting on two sides.
Yeah,
it's the exploitation of the pandemic to be part of the app talks about. Needing people to haul things away or needing people to go and serve papers to folks.
Yeah.
And so it's relying on, literally, to your point, people at their lowest bits of desperation, or the highest bits of desperation, trying to survive month to month. But at the same time, the reliance on me is I need to also be in a situation where probably I'm struggling and this is an outlet for me.
Yeah.
And I think that it's in the crudest sense, good business because it's exploiting the market.
Yeah.
But the exploitation's so deep. And so there's a part of me that really wants to make sure, I guess all of me wants to make sure that I don't put upon my judgment on the people that may need to do this so that they can avoid having one of these civil folks come to their home or workplace.
Yeah.
But like, my gosh, like to think about this, everything needs to be gigged out, the gig economy, and that has extended from, ride sharing to home sharing to food delivery services to now actually removing your stuff or you from your home. Like it's kind of just a sick but natural end to where all of this was going.
Yeah. So the website looking for folks to serve as, and they don't have a word for it, I suppose, but sort of civil evictors, lists the fastest growing money-making gig due to COVID-19. I mean, it's really clear exploitation, exactly what you're saying here. At first glance, we're pulling from a Vice article here, but at first glance, they say that it seems to be a little bit of a Nathan for You-esque prank. I know you love a little Nathan for You.
Love Nathan for You.
But really, Civil is connected to a larger and real gig economy company called On Call, that's call with a Q, which describes itself as an app that provides on-demand task services to non-urban communities beyond basic city areas. So this would be like for folks who live outside of popular ranges for things like TaskRabbit. And they also have apps like Lawn Fixer, Clean Quick, and Move Quick, which all are spelled terribly.
Like a bunch of tools.
And
this is all of this. And I listen, this is a much bigger issue, and I cut you off and I apologize.
No, go ahead.
It drives me up the wall when I see people that are supposed to be praised for their intelligence, their brilliance, their technical savvy, the way that they can pitch anything. And all they do is just come up with the worst names. They want to slap some letters together, like civil with the two V's, but there's no vowel between the second V and the L. Quick, not with the KW, but with the QW. Like and no CK, just put the K there. You're not. It is the height of simplicity and basicness. Yeah. You're not clever. You are a simple human being with simple ideas and are just exploiting people and are predatory in nature, but you want to hide behind your alignment of different letters and your rejection of vowels. I hate that the signs of where money should go from investors that are not paying attention to what's happening, do not care about the consequences of what they're investing in, and are usually not going to have any quality rate of return, are just, oh my goodness, it's so savvy. Look at the letters. Get it civil.
Yeah.
Get out of here. I really hate it.
There are many reasons to believe that the people behind this app are fully and completely given up on any humanity that they have in them. They have taken cameos from a couple sort of low-level celebrities and then used them to promote this. And those celebrities are like, no, we actually have nothing to do with this particular app. They have taken quotes from the New York Times they have said they've taken quotes from the New York Times. There's no evidence that any of the quotes they're using in their marketing materials were ever actually printed in the Times. And the writer of the Vice article noted that when they tried to reach out to the company to get comment on what was happening, they then blocked that writer's IP address from accessing anything on their account or anything on their website. So these people know that they're doing something wrong. They are technical grifters. I mean, these are people that are going to come in, they're going to make as much money as they can. They're going to throw whatever at the wall and see what sticks. This is really like the worst of what our tech industry can create. This is a Frankenstein monster that doesn't just want to give you flowers. You know, I really don't know the real story of Frankenstein, so probably should have just let that one go. But yeah, this is maybe the fourth worst story I've seen this week.
That's saying something.
Yeah, it's been a shitty week.
Yeah, it is. You know what really brightens up one's spirits, Whitney Caps?
Tell me. Please tell me.
Food.
Oh my God, it's the best.
Food does.
The best. I'm cooking something in the other room right now.
I have a question for you, and it's a very simple question. How do you feel about burritos?
How do I feel about them?
Your thoughts?
I feel good about them. I feel as though a good burrito requires some real care and attention to detail. You know, like you can't be eating it and then all of a sudden you just get a mouthful of nothing but guacamole. Like that doesn't work. I love the bowl because you have more choice in each bite. Sure. But you know, a burrito's just a bowl, but not. Bowl you can hold in your hands.
One of the issues with burritos, besides the proportion of all the contents, is it gets messy. You're taking a bite, you're not eating it right, the food's spilling out, the beans are here, a little sauce here, a little guac. It can be a messy proposition. Yeah. Whitney, I'm going to share my screen here and show you a GIF of a burrito push pop type situation. Yeah, it's GIF.
A burrito what?
Push pop type situation. Do you see this? Look at this. I don't know if I shared the right screen.
This isn't real.
Look at this.
This isn't real.
Put the burrito in this device and you slide it up and you take a bite out of it.
Oh my God, you weren't kidding. It is a push pop. It's a push pop for burritos.
It's a Kickstarter campaign out here.
Oh, so this isn't real.
It's soon to be real.
Oh my gosh.
It's soon to be real.
Did you back it?
Whoa, don't put that on me. Do not put that on me.
Okay.
It's essentially Madeline Woods was inventing this this thing that looks like a chapstick for your burrito. It's called the Burrito Pop. It's accepting pre-orders right now on Kickstarter. The retail price, Whitney Caps.
Okay.
Around $50.
No. Mm-mm.
Listen, you got it. We talked about these grifters out here. You got to pay for genius, like the Burrito Pop up there, saving your hands.
Well, but to be fair, a Kickstarter basically is if people like it, you have your built-in market is right there. It's the people who donate to your thing, right? You don't have to find a market. It either gets successful and then you've got your market right there and then you can start making it or not, right?
I mean,
I don't know. I've never done a Kickstarter.
Well, listen, if you're thinking about supporting a Kickstarter, I mean, you go out and you put any burrito in this thing, it's going to slide up there.
Well, wait, how do you know? How do you know that your burrito's the right size?
Listen, you're asking about.
I got one from Jerky Jerk on California the other day. That was can I see the size of that thing again? The woman is holding it in her hand. What, like this? Like not football, like softball?
A little bit here. Let me dial it up
so
here.
Softball size?
Yeah, let's pull it up here, right here. Let's get a good look at this.
Yeah, maybe.
Look at the size of the burrito she's putting in there.
Oh my God, no. Look at her hands. Okay, yeah, the Jerky Jerk burrito could have fit in there.
Look at the twist. And look at that bite. That's hearty.
I mean, she does look like she's enjoying herself.
How does it twist up like that?
What do you mean? How does it twist? It's just like a chapstick. It's like a piece of plastic on a little.
But you know what happens at the end of the chapstick thing? You turn and then you open it up and it falls out right till the end. Is that going to be a problem with this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but at that point, you've avoided most of the mess.
That's fair.
Let me tell you something. You're going to be upset about. I think I knife and fork it. Burrito. Do you want to leave? Are you leaving?
I just didn't know I was around such high class people. I could put a suit on and come back and finish the podcast. I mean, honestly, knife and fork. Why?
Knife and fork.
Who does
because
that?
It's messy. Because it's messy. But let me be real with you. Burrito is not my first choice. I'm usually tacos.
How do you feel about the burrito bowl, Miss Knife and Fork?
No, burrito bowl. That's what I'm saying. Like the bowl actually is the best because you can control the bite. You can get the right proportion of the right things every time. With a burrito, you are at the mercy of gravity and whatever 16-year-old wrapped it up for you at Chipotle. I mean, we've all been 16 once, like no shade.
That's easy for you to say.
You were 16.
Okay, don't put my business out there in the streets, okay? That's personal.
Super weird.
Okay, now Caps.
Yes.
This is something that is decidedly not needed.
No.
But people are supporting it. The burrito lovers out there are getting behind this. Whitney, I think this opens up time for you to set up our segment called Tools of Convenience.
Tools of convenience. So yes, these are first world tools that you buy when you have a little bit of extra money in your pocket and you're at Bed Bath & Beyond and you look up and on that giant pillar where they've just got stuff, you're like, I need that thing that cleans underneath my toilet. I need that thing. I've never looked under there, but it's got to be filthy.
Yeah.
Or when, Amazon says, you should add this to your cart because it's so similar to the thing you already bought. These are tools that really you shouldn't bring out when people come over unless you want to get roasted, just totally torn apart. So I asked Alan to think of this and I told Alan that I thought that his tool would be sports related. So I want to see if I'm right. But first, I want to show you my tool of convenience.
We have a visual here.
Oh, we have a full-on video happening. Are you ready?
I am ready.
I found this and I thought that it was delightful, and this is a nice introduction.
Okay, what do we have here?
Can you hear it?
Oh, no. Did you connect audio here?
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
all right. So let me get, I'm just going to redo it. What time is it? How many? Oh, but see, this is difficult. Now I don't know how many minutes in we are. So I'm going to show you my tool of convenience. Let me get the share going here. I've got to share the audio. It's really important that you get the
have a video
full.
Here. This is incredible.
I have a video. It's just really important to me that you hear what's happening here. Are you ready?
I'm ready here. Let's see what we got here.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Kitchen for the chef in you. Cooking gadgets for the work you do. Gourmet coffee and the tools to brew. Kitchen for the chef in you.
I hate all of these people.
Why do you hate them?
It can be frustrating.
So we don't need to actually hear him talk about this, but I do.
What is she doing? What is she stabbing her head?
She's not stabbing her head.
Make sure to check them out the next time you're in Kitchen.
This is a pickle picker.
Located in the Indianwell Shopping Center, just on the corner.
That's what I have.
Highway 111.
Kitchen for the chef in you.
Okay, let me show you more about the pickle picker. Pickle picker is
pickle picker upper.
I do. I have a pickle picker upper. So here's the thing. If you like pickles, you understand. Here we go. I'll show you this one. If you like pickles, you understand that there is a saga involved in getting the pickles out that are lower down. Like, yeah, the ones that are up top, sure, you just grab a fork,
Right.
If you live alone, you put your hand in it.
Oh.
Right? Stop talking to me, okay?
Okay.
All I'm saying is you get a pickle picker.
It's gross.
Right? So here's what you do. You push this little plunger in. You see this guy's hand. You push this little plunger in, and it opens the claw thing. And then you let it go when you've got the pickle, and then you pull the pickle out of the jar. So I have one of those. I eat a lot of pickles.
Yes.
I don't want my hands getting gross all the time.
Clearly, fork and knife over here. Absolutely.
So, and I don't want to stab it. You know, like there's a thing where you could like take the fork and you could stab it at the bottom and
Yes.
get your.
That's how I would do it.
That's not necessary. Okay? We live in the United States of America. So get a pickle picker. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like $6.99. Bed Bath & Beyond. Come on. Alan.
Yes.
What's your tool of convenience?
I've really struggled with this as a thing.
Because you're such an aesthetic.
Here.
A monk. Look at his collar.
You
You know what I'm saying?
It's a rounded collar, you know? I mean, look at that.
Anyway.
Rounded collar.
Anyway.
Whitney, it's not sports related, but it is video game related, and it has to do with a sports video game. It is not necessary at all to have your own steering wheel.
No.
It's not. People play video games all the time with without a steering wheel. They just have the controller. I've in the past, and I may be looking to upgrade for the holiday season with a new steering wheel and pedals that you could attach.
Pedals?
And a shifter. So you can...
Alan. Alan. I'm worried about you. My thing is $6.99 from Bed Bath & Beyond. That's got to be $78.99. You're kidding me.
It's $180. Now, here's the thing. Don't you want to have the feel of being, you know, at the road course at Watkins Glen and you get hard down in turn one? Don't you want to sometimes, instead of, you know, you got the controller in your hand, you like lean with it, but here, what if I could just turn the wheel, give it a nice little turn?
Alan, it's not attached to anything.
Oh, it's attached to the desk. Just give it a turn. Have the monitor here. You're in car. Listen. I understand that this is your earlier point. Something that would get you just absolutely clowned, absolutely just roasted if someone came over and saw.
Yes.
I mean,
but no one's allowed in your house, so what's?
I mean, that's correct, because I wouldn't want them to distract me. But I can understand that people may not respond the same way I do to having your own steering wheel for your video game. And what if you need to go into, put in the 6th gear? I want to be able to click the little shifter and then put my foot down. You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, yeah, I've driven a car before, so I do know what you're talking about.
Stunned that
that was so much worse than I thought it was going to be.
Single man right here. How about that?
I am appalled.
I mean, listen.
I asked.
You did. So. I mean, think about if you were to take your steering wheel off of your car and brought it inside, brought the pedals inside, hooked up a little thing we like to call Mario Kart, and just got after it.
No, I mean, I'm fine playing Mario Kart the way I play Mario Kart. Which is barely winning.
What if you had a steering wheel?
I don't think it would make a difference. What's the position you have to be in to move on? 4th place? I think you have to be in 4th place to move on to the next one, right?
What Mario Kart are you playing?
Isn't that a thing where when you play with everyone and you're like, okay, well, I need to advance to the next one, but you can only advance if you're so high in the rankings? Isn't that a thing?
When's the last time you played Mario Kart? No, we have to leave this in.
Like, so I have an N64.
There it is.
So that probably,
there it is.
That was information you needed.
Information for life.
Yeah, I can't hook it up to my TV. Like, my TV is so new and the N64 is so old that they're ships passing in the night. They'll never make sweet, sweet chord love. Just won't happen.
Well, that prevents me from bringing up any of my other tools. Now, since we're at this point, let's talk recommendations. We've been recommending a lot of things in this last segment, but this is the part of the show where we actually make a direct recommendation to you. Whitney, do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
You go first, because I think I went first last time.
Okay, let me get my hair. Let me get my hair.
For those listening on the podcast version, Alan's just rubbing his bare head. And you're missing out on my curls, which, I'm sorry.
Geez.
I'm sorry.
Basic recommendation here. And I'm looking outside and I'm looking at students have returned to the University of Chicago. They shouldn't be here, but they have returned nonetheless. Not my commentary. And COVID testing is all the thing that people should be doing. Recommendation, go get a flu shot. Get a flu shot. Very simple. Yeah, every year we go through this exercise. I've never got the flu. It's okay. Herd immunity, or as some people in the White House say, herd mentality. Stop it. Go get a flu shot. Very easy. Take care of yourself. Take care of the people around you. It's the right thing to do. You can get it everywhere. Everywhere that you get COVID testing, you could probably get a flu shot. So just go and do it. That's my recommendation.
All right. I think it's been a while since I got one. I think I stopped getting flu shots when I stopped working with kids. I think.
Kids.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
You're working with adults.
Yeah. I mean, they're cool. But, they also don't really want the flu. So
yeah,
I get it.
All right.
My recommendation this week is a program called Mural, Mural. It's a really cool collaboration software that you can use. So you can do sort of like synchronous movement. So we're all on Zoom right now. Sometimes it's like painful to be in meetings with people trying to like collaborate and get stuff done. Mural's really cool. I've only started using it, and I'm using it for what's essentially like a whiteboard function. So what you would do is you'd create the setting for the whiteboard, you'd assign people colors, and then we can each add to a whiteboard at the same time. So you would use it in concert with Zoom, or you would use it instead of Zoom, or what have you. But essentially you're able to mimic what it would be like in a space with real people trying to collaborate and work on something. But they have a whole host of stuff. It's like a full suite of different collaboration tools. There's like timers that you can use. There's ways to like actually hide parts of your presentation. So if you're building something for like a full day with your team, you can have it in sections and they can, kind of go in when you're ready for them to go. It's just a really cool tool. And I have been really struggling thinking about how to recreate a lot of the stuff that I do with clients in this virtual space. I think one of the things is we really have to communicate more frequently. We have to be more clear because we don't have the ability to just like be in each other's faces all the time. And I think this is a really great way to do it. I think it's a bit of an investment for a team, but I think it's something that people could really, really enjoy. So Mural, mural.com. Their programs are really, really cool, and you can try them for free. And if they really work, you can expand with not a lot of investment. I think an individual license is only $12 a month. So if you have like one person in your team that's responsible for all the trainings and stuff, it's $12 to have access to like this full suite of tools. So I highly recommend. I think it's a good tool.
12 buckaroos. Mural. Mural.
Yeah. And I mean, like I use it for some creative projects and stuff too. And I'm just really learning. I don't know that I'll pay for like a full license. But we were using Jamboard, which is a Google tool, which is free. And there are some limitations to that we just needed to work around. And so I just started, tapping into this Mural life. And I gotta say, it's a lot of what Google has and then some. So I've been happy with it.
I like that they left the vowels there to spell their word.
Oh, yeah. It could have just been MRL. Would we have known that it was Mural? No. It was MRL? What would you have thought it was?
What if it's MURL?
That's how they would have done it.
We got some big-time investor.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and bet that Mural doesn't have fake quotes from the New York Times, and they're not going to hide your IP address if you ask them the question.
Yeah, who do they think they are? The president? All right.
Alan,
Yes.
it's a good show.
I thought it was a good show as well.
Did you have
tell
fun?
us. Yes.
Okay, good.
I had great fun. I had big fun in Baltimore. That's a little inside you Cosby Show fans.
Did not know that.
You could tell us how much you enjoyed the show at SplitDiffCast on Twitter. You can email the show and say, wow, you all are so great. I had so much fun. And then I probably won't respond, or I'll be like, yeah, thanks, we know. At splitthediff@gmail.com. That's how you can reach us.
That's how you can reach
rate, review, subscribe. Us. And on that kind note, no, us. And yeah, so you don't know how it's going to show up here. You don't know. No, it's the other way.
What's this way?
Mm.
I'm pointing at you right now.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Now I'm pointing at you?
Major switch. Oh, that was too easy. That's the end of the show. 0041. Ciao.
Bye.
Hi, my name is David Jones, and I'm the founder and CEO of Lumina Energy. Lumina Energy is a clean energy technology company dedicated to the enrichment of under-resourced communities through the economic promise of solar and other renewable energy sources. Lumina Energy is creating economic growth pathways through our business model in 3 distinct ways. We make it easy for local homeowners to integrate solar energy into their homes and transform their property into a revenue-generating asset. We work with communities through our Empower initiative to develop community assets and collective investments, such as the development of community solar farms. This establishment of Lumen Energy Academy, a renewable energy trade school dedicated to the workforce training and other recruitment efforts, are focused in providing pathways for adults re-entering the workforce, military veterans, and high school career track students. Lumen Energy is located in the Inglewood neighborhood on 55th and LaSalle, and our commitment to prioritize the recruitment and hiring of neighborhood residents is paramount.
Can't look in the eyes of my brother without shedding a tear for my brother. I really want to try for my brother.
Yeah.
I truly do feel for my brother.
Welcome back. Yo, welcome back to another episode of the Informally Honest podcast for brothers, all mothers. I assume that is too. From Gary, Indiana, more specifically neighborhood of Miller Beach. Again, we are excuse me. We are distant kin that pride ourselves on having candid conversation rooted in being forthright, vulnerable, and most of all, honest. I am your primary host, I assume. I don't know. We all talk pretty equitably. I don't know why I say primary, but
no, man, you the best. You the greatest.
I appreciate that again. My name is Josh. Want to welcome my other 3 brothers. We got Marco.
Welcome, everybody.
We got A-Dub, A.A. Ron.
Hello, everyone.
And Mr. Producer. the man with the captions and all the references and our fact checker, Adam.
Hey, yeah. Peace, God.
He's got. Oh shit! Yo, on this beautifully sunny day, how y'all feeling?
Feeling great, man. It's amazing energy. Can't wait to do this every Friday. Or
man, it's something I look forward to too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Man, me 3. So look, we're all doing great.
Oh man, I don't know about y'all, but we were talking about this briefly, so I want to make sure we bring it to the air. We don't really, as guys inside of our social conditioning, get to explore this particular subject of your 5 love languages. And so a situation happened to me today, and I'm a preface it by saying my lady, my partner, my ace boom racial slur, she a big thing for her is affirmations, words of affirmation, giving and receiving, and I'm not really that person. You tell me, how attractive I am or something. I'm usually like, are you sure? Like, and I'll question it, even though it's a compliment and, all that kind of stuff. But I'm grateful for it. I've learned to accept it. And so I was driving from her place today. And as I'm at a stoplight, windows are down, sun is beating off my melanated skin, olive oil just shining and glistening. I say olive oil. Coconut oil. Coconut oil just glistening in the light.
The extra virgin.
No, that coconut oil, unfiltered. Trader Joe's. So I'm sitting there and I'm just listening to something, and that thing happens where I don't know if other Black folks experience this, where if you're driving and you see people on the street, they just feel obligated to stop whatever the fuck they're doing and stare at you until you're out of sight.
All the time.
Yeah. Sizing you up.
In the car, though. Like, I don't really... exactly. That very thing. Yeah. And so 2 ladies are passing by. and one black, one white. And so I know that's not completely important to the story, but descriptions. And so as they're passing and walking across the street to go to the red line, the black girl is eyeing me down. And in which I was going, oh shit, did I owe you money or something? Like, what's going on? Like, there's some ferocity, there's some ferociousness in this stare down. And so she gets to this side where my window is, and she goes, "You are a beautiful man." And I was like, "Whoa, thank you. Oh my goodness." I had to clutch my pearls and shit. And so, I wasn't expecting that to be what she was about to say, or that she said anything at all. And of course, my deaf ass, because I got the music blasting, I see that her mouth is still moving, and I can't hear anything else she's saying. So I'm like trying to look at the light to make sure I'm not holding traffic, turn it down, engage her. It was too many things.
Grab for the mask. Like, bitch, 6 feet, bitch, 6 feet. I'm just,
you have more to say.
I'm kidding.
You have more compliments, Josh.
Apparently. And I was like, I'm sorry, and because I'm awkward. And so genuinely, that made me feel good. Like it just, I could give a shit less about physical compliments, but the randomness of that just felt like good. And so, do y'all have any moments like that where you have to check it for yourself, or is that even like a conversation that you have had? Is it because of your girl, or is it with yourself where you're like, oh, these are my love languages. This is what I do. This is what I like to give. This is what I like to receive. All that under the sun.
That was one hell of an introduction. It's going to be rather hard to top. rather hard to go next. So
it's a question. You're not going next.
No, I'm just playing. Man. Just kidding.
And don't mind me taking a bite out this sandwich off screen because I'm hungry. So we keep it informal.
Yes, sir.
True.
Well, I guess I'll start.
Because I didn't want to say the same thing you said, but it was pretty much the same thing, like when you was describing it. So I'll let you go.
Well, for me, like so there's some similarities here as well. Like for me, like I don't take compliments well. Like I don't know how to take compliments. Just put it that way. Well, I know you're supposed to say thank you and move on, but for whatever reason, I'll say thank you, but I still feel awkward for some reason. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even saying like physical compliments on myself. I'm like, maybe I made something and someone's like, oh, that's good, or oh, that was cool, or you're good at this thing, and I'll say thank you, but I still feel like, because I guess I'm never really like, I'm not gonna say I don't believe in myself, but I always feel like I can do better. That's what I'm saying. I feel like this isn't my best work, so so I'm. And
you know what's even interesting about that is because I've had those same sentiments. I don't know that I'm still there, but when you go like, it's hard for me to accept that because I'm either working on this thing or I've looked better other days or what have you. It's always this thing of like, that doesn't take away from what that person's experience is right now. And so that's the only place they're speaking from. And exactly. So there's like, hey, I find you fine as fuck right now. Then for you to feel like hesitant toward that is weird, but I don't have a more organic reaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Marco, you were saying? I'm sorry, Aaron, Adam, you had more thoughts. My bad.
Yeah. Well, to touch on that part, like the physical part, I definitely I don't get physical compliments in public. This is not a thing. But as far as in my relationship,
you frightened.
But as far as my relationship goes, as far as my relationship goes, I get them, but even in my relationship, I still feel awkward. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
And I'll say thank you most of the time, or sometimes I'm like, that's not true, or something along those lines. Like saying that the compliment that I was giving is somehow not true in a joking way,
Yeah.
But as far as giving the compliments, I'm not good at that either, to be honest. And it's like, I don't know. It's like, it's one of those things where like you know in your head, like, I should work on this. But for whatever reason, it kind of like just doesn't, it's like you open your mouth but the words don't come out. And
you start choking.
Right.
Yeah, it was a lose yourself reference.
Like,
but
I had to. Bro.
But
I'm like waiting for him whenever that waiting.
But no, it's like, you know, like going back to like the love languages thing. Like, I didn't even know what they were like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So I guess for me, I'm still figuring out how to approach it. Even though I know I guess I know my love languages and I know hers.
You know all of them?
Yeah,
I
think.
It's acts of service, words of affirmation, physical touch, quality time, and gifts.
Yeah. So
gifts, donations. Sorry, I had to say it.
But no, that's pretty much it. It's like, and to wrap that up, is like, I understand the concept of love language and stuff, but I guess I just need to get fluent in those languages.
And the thing about it is,
I like that.
all 5 will never be applicable to any person.
Yeah,
it's really usually like a top 2 on both.
That sounds like a punchline. Like somebody would say, like, I'm fluent in all 5.
Yeah. But yeah.
But you was done?
Yeah, I'm done. I was just fading off.
I was about to say, like the way that I agree with Adam was like, I don't really need, because he was saying earlier, like, he don't really need all of the, like, all the variety of all of them is more like a quality time thing, mostly, and going places and doing things like kind of creative, but at the same time, like, probably less of the affirmations. So that's like he said, like, that's probably something like that I will have to work on too. But not that there's non-existence in my relationship, but like that's probably one of the ones, because we give each other gifts all the time. You know,
that might be a primary love language for both of y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's more like gifts in terms of like outings, like that type of gift.
Oh,
which is like a mix of quality time and I guess it's a mixture of them. But yeah,
that's real. Hey, Double, about you?
I just saw Adam smiling.
I don't know why I like it.
Follow suit.
About that, we was talking about like receiving compliments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I usually don't have a problem with that. I mean, from other people, outside of my relationship, I guess it's not that often, but I guess I don't be. I mean, lately nobody been out and about like that, like crazy. But when I do encounter that, it's just like, okay, thank you.
Yeah. I probably get the most compliments on graphic T-shirts. It's probably like my high.
Let me not. I'm not trying to say this as if like just rando people all the time are like, yo.
No, yeah.
It's not that at all. At all.
Yeah. When I'm wearing something like, cool like that or whatever, it's always
cool like that.
like when I had the like Dragon Ball Z shirt, like everybody was saying like, oh, that's cool. Everybody from our generation kind of grew up on that, so
absolutely
all those like theme shirts,
Yeah. Yo, I stayed in Hot Topic for them theme shirts.
Yeah, man.
They have good shirts. They still do.
They still do.
Yeah.
I feel like at least in regards to like whenever I get a compliment specifically on like physical or whatever, I feel like I tend to be oblivious. Because I guess I'm really not expecting it. So when it comes, it's kind of like what Josh was saying. It's like a pleasant surprise, actually. Maybe that's something I need to work on my own self-esteem. But I've been told many times that I'm oblivious. I'll be with somebody like, oh, girl feels such and such a way, and I literally never saw it. So. But in regards to the love languages, I just learned about that. My girl actually introduced me to that, I think maybe a year or so ago. And mine is definitely quality time. I'm not sure exactly what the other ones are, but like my main one is probably quality time for sure.
Word.
Even if we're in different rooms in the same place, I consider that like we're together in the same place. I'm just happy. You know what I'm saying? We don't always have to be on each other or whatever, or over each other's shoulder, but I just enjoy that quality time a lot. And I recognize that. Hers is touch, which actually entering this relationship, I wasn't, I wasn't huge on that. Like it just wasn't, I was okay with like holding hands in public or like a little smooch, a little PDA or something. But like in regards to like cuddles or something, which are fine, or just as much touch. I don't know, perhaps that's the way I was conditioned, or it just wasn't really my thing. So I definitely learned over time. And as I kind of got more, I guess, open to it or closer to her, I actually I enjoy things like cuddling and stuff now, but it's just something that I would never, it would be rare for me to reach out and like ask for or request it myself. But I do enjoy it with her though, for sure. It would be rare that I would actually request that myself though. It's just, I don't know if it would naturally come up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
I was gonna say we were discussing the 16 personality quizzes as well, which might have a
hold on, no. What about a back scratch? You ever asked for those?
Yeah.
Back scratch?
That's a very good one. That's a very good question.
That'll affirm love for you. Like, oh right, I do love the fuck out of that back scratch.
That's the
No, I haven't, but I have. Like, I am more likely nowadays to like just say yes when she requests to like give me a rub down or something. I'm pretty much gonna say yes now.
That's a great way to say it.
Man, that term sounds so. I don't want to say aggressive, but it sounds like a rub down. It's like I just think of like a slab of ribs. And then you put like
fucking Indian burn or something. Yeah, give me your arm.
Rub down. Like put like a dry rub on the slab of ribs is what I think of. But
no, I definitely
get what you mean.
More. I've definitely got
it's like
more
assume
open to
that they're rubbing fast for some reason.
That's interesting that she has to request to give you a rub down.
No, it's just more. Yeah, I guess it's like a. I know that touch is like big for her, and because it is, she's more willing to say, "Hey, you know, are you sore? Can I rub your back? Can I give you a massage or whatever it may be?" And she's more than willing. I probably never asked for it though. You know.
Yeah. See, my girl practices Thai massage. So as soon as I'm sore, I'm like this. Hey, I need you to dig in my calf a little bit. I need some elbow action. That's using sharp ass kneecaps.
I'm the masseuse of my relationship.
Yo, I'm getting there actually. Like, actually, the interesting thing is that like growing up, I've always been told that I could be a good masseuse, but I never cared for folks doing it or like, you know, I just never asked for it. But like I enjoy how much she likes it though. Like it's nice to see your partner really, really appreciate something because I know that's one of her major lung languages. So I do it, you know.
See, I feel like every person, every woman who ever told me like, "Oh my goodness, you could be so good at massage." I was like, I feel like you're someone who's eventually gonna love being choked, and this is just because I think you just like strong. You just like strong grip, and like that doesn't necessarily mean I know how to knead a muscle. Like,
I'll be needing, bro.
That's funny. I have a funny Thai massage story.
Please.
Oh, you got the real time massage story.
If you will.
Go ahead.
It's not like that. So
no happy endings. Nah, let me stop.
Back in
it sounded like it was a setup for that.
Yeah.
Something involving that.
Back in it had to be 2015. It had to be. It's crazy that was that long ago. But me and my lover went to Thailand, and I gotta go back. It's so fun. But anyway, we went to Thailand, and then there was this. So we actually let me get more detail. So we went to this island, which is actually a relatively common place to go. It's not like it's not unknown, but it's called PP Islands, which is kind of a funny name. But so we went there, and that island essentially there's no culture. There is literally just partying. That's the whole thing. So if you want culture, that's not the island you go to. So anyway, we go there, drinking and stuff, blah blah blah. Hours in, like, let's get massages because you can get one literally 24 hours a day. So anyway, so we stopped. And they're all over the place. You can literally just blindfold yourself and turn around, and there'll be a massage place in front of you. So anyway, so we just go in this random one, and they're super cheap. So we go on this random one, like, yeah, we want massages. So, we're on the table or bed, whatever the surface. I don't remember that type of details because I was pretty intoxicated. which is when you shouldn't get a massage. But so anyway, we're getting a massage, and I don't know what's going on because we're right next to each other. But I really don't remember I don't remember all the details, but I do remember farting. And everybody like in the room laughing and myself laughing. And then I remember throwing up into this like bucket. And that's all I remember from that.
Oh, okay.
So that's it. That was one of my Thai nights. It's just
I've got I've got some really, really good massages too, which is really interesting, man. If you go to the right places, you get some really good massages. And I was thinking of this. It hit me as I was actually talking. Like, I'm actually a hugger, so it's weird that I wouldn't like touch. Touch is really not one of my things, like my love languages. But like, I'm definitely a hugger, like very open to hugs. And I think it's interesting.
It's probably more so you're probably like touch is probably your thing when it's on your terms, I guess.
Yeah. I'm like a cat.
That's how I am. Because for me, I'm not really into touch either, unless in my mind I'm ready to touch or to be touched. But random touching, I'm like, I'm just like, it's not really my thing. Mm-hmm. But I realize that is her love language without a doubt. So, there needs to be some compromise there. You can't just be like, the boy in a bubble in your relationship, walking around. Right. Like, so,
Yeah,
I don't mind it. So I don't mind it.
Me either. Yeah.
It really be like, I don't know that I've ever said, I've probably said more affirmations in this relationship that I have in my entire life. Of just like between when times when she'll just say like, hey, what do you find sexy about me today? What do you find beautiful about me today? Like, what do you enjoy about me today? Or any other context of me just saying random stuff throughout the day. If she walks past me in the house, use that as a cat call opportunity to be like, woo! Damn, bitch, you find like just like like just to do funny stuff like that in the means of like affirming her in those times. And especially non sexualized affirmations as well. But
yeah, that's a big thing, man, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you think about how often women are used to being catcalled in certain ways. Like, it's nice to, I'm sure, to hear somebody like, it feels more genuine probably when they hear it without the feeling of like intention of just trying to do this, or just trying to take.
Right.
You know?
And in real life, she knows I'm doing it ironically. Because she knows she knows I could care less. And of course, by me going like, ooh, look at them yeeks in the wind, she's not really taking that like completely seriously. But
yeeks in the wind. It's a good
time. No, it's very interesting to think about, man. It's like, as we speak, I'm realizing how much I've grown. I don't know if that's the right word, but like just become more open, I guess you could say. To I mean, not that I was not willing to compromise, because I was, but just more accepting and more accepting of the compromise, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. I definitely, when you learn like that it is more than what you are, like it's kind of crazy to like, you know, your partner may have the opposite love language as you, and it's like, like y'all was saying, like we got to figure a way to like, I don't want to say meet in the middle, because that don't sound like it's like a willing thing, but like,
go fuck it.
Like you, how you want to describe it?
Nah, the compromise.
I'm joking. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, and what's funny is we can call it a compromise, but is it really? You're just like, oh, this is the thing you need. It's not necessarily.
No, that's true.
Because like compromise would mean that you're sacrificing something, and you're not.
Yeah,
you're just
that's
like,
what I was kind of trying to say.
Yeah.
Like,
that's true.
You don't want to just say like, okay, here's a kiss, because you know this is.
I know you need it. Like,
yeah. I know it's your dosage for the.
Get your 30 cc's of affection.
Don't forget my gift later.
Yo,
I ain't get no morning text. Where's my morning text? Like, yo, it's not
I need my 2,000 calories. Okay. I need my quota. No, that's really true though, y'all. It's like it's definitely like just accepting. It's interesting how I can see like I'm getting better at just accepting her how she is, you know, and it just things flow back. Like I'm just more willing to. She's more. I don't know. Yeah, just accepting the person how they are. Things seem to flow better, man. For sure.
Absolutely.
I find myself more willing to like even like request a cuddle or just go up behind her like. You know? And she's like, damn, oh wow.
And in real life, because I know building or sustaining friendships in adulthood is even more difficult than it is in childhood. But to break the fourth wall a bit and speak directly to the audience, don't think that love languages, in my opinion anyway, don't think that love languages are only applicable to intimate relationships. Because then that you may have like platonic friends that you have tight-knit relationships with, and you might not be feeding that friendship in the ways that they need it fed either. So just encouraging you, like, everything is a relationship, whether it be intimate or platonic.
I agree.
And all of it is love. And so if you are speaking, through whatever dimensions of love you're speaking through, just encourage you to investigate that for yourself. And so if you got a good friend and they're like, hey, I bought you something and gifts really ain't your thing, you should let them know, like, hey, I appreciate the gesture. If gifts is your love language, cool, I'll take it. But if you just got me this because you thought I wanted it, just come grab a drink with me. That's what I want, some quality time or what have you. So I want to jump into the real subject of the day. That has nothing to do with what the fuck we just talked about.
Nothing to do with love.
It's just a hard transition.
It's a real abrasive left, if you will.
Some seamless editing there.
some because hey, transitions. We don't
really need that.
The date is July 17th. We got a release schedule. I don't know off top. I know Adam does that. But when this gets released, some time would have passed. And more people have gone through this process of public cancellation through what is being referred to as cancel culture, in which I want to start offhand by saying something that has only existed for about 30 instances is not a culture.
That's a very good point.
Like it, what? I saw that furrowed eyebrow here.
What do you mean? Because it's just too new. It's still in its infancy.
It's too new and it's too not necessarily seldom.
To me, is in a specific place. Like,
yeah, well, like cultures are too. So
it might be.
I mean, like
maybe a movement.
Yeah, sure. Like it's a cancel instance. Like it's not a culture. Like there's no culture built around this thing.
Yeah.
And so
I feel like
it's a mislabel. Go ahead, Mark.
It's on the internet. Like it's not in a geographical place. Like you can't.
Right.
It's basically like a mob of people who just want to outrage or whatever. To me, like I don't know.
Yeah.
And so there's we're specifically bringing this up for two instances that happened in more recent times. One that I wish I could have done more research on, but YouTube took that shit down with the quickness, and so couldn't actually watch the video, which was Nick Cannon on his radio show talking to. Do y'all know who it was? I think it was two cats from the nation.
Okay,
I could be wrong, but I think it was. And so forgive us if y'all got the real facts out there and all of that kind of stuff. By all means, send them in. You can always email us at informedlyhonest@gmail.com and be like, hey, so you know how I just listened to a whole hour and a half of y'all talk about something that y'all didn't completely get? Here's all the facts. Right?
And don't kill us in the comments. Damn.
And kill us in the comments. Go ahead. I don't care. What you gonna say? Y'all know what y'all talking about. We never said we did.
That's right.
It's just a funny phrase to say.
You are willingly watching this. You are willingly watching this.
Exactly. Yeah. You turned it on.
If
you
you
know
are
what you're coming to.
under the sound of my voice, you
clicked on my face.
Like we're glad you came, but no one made you do it. And so Nick Cannon was talking to one or two cats. I think it was two from the nation, and got into what was said to be an anti-Semitic rant. And then the other one is apparently someone who's I've never listened to, Tory Lanez, shot Meg Thee Stallion in the foot. And apparently something that appeared to be a sort of drive-by.
There's a lot of foolery going on in the music industry and in that in that circle of people. I don't even know what
I don't know
how to categorize.
Because I do think Meg is very talented. This has nothing to do with her actual talent, the situation. I'm just prefacing it by saying I do not particularly care about either of these people beyond the fact of them being people. I do think Meg is ridiculously gorgeous, which is neither here nor there. And I do think she's talented. I just don't really listen to her music.
I just feel like they
not exist.
The way they fumbling around this story is like, it just seemed like they making up their own version of reality. I don't think we're getting the whole or true story.
I doubt that. That's probably rare. That's probably rare.
Let's do this. Let's do these two stories in particular. We can broaden it out, right? After we get through these two.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the Tory Lanez Meg Thee Stallion thing, and we're doing something different that we never do. We never talk about actual current events. So I'm sure we should probably make the preface that by the time this comes out, things may have changed and we may have more information.
Yeah,
we could say at the beginning of the podcast. I'm saying it now at I think the 25-minute mark or something like that. You'll get it when you get it. We informal. So from what I read, Meg and Tory were having a verbal dispute. And then as she was exiting whatever premises they were at, Tory drove up. Some words were exchanged. She got shot. Cops showed up, took her to the hospital. No, I don't believe any charges were pressed. No one was arrested. She was shot multiple times, and she claims it was in her foot. She's just glad to be alive, et cetera, et cetera. And all of this is allegedly, right? That is what I read. Now, what this has to do with the actual situation is a post that we saw later was people saying that Tory Lanez is canceled because he shot Meg. And
I'm sorry.
I'm just like,
I know it's not.
Sounds so crazy, man.
I'm glad it's not fatal, but like the whole situation just sounds silly to me. Like
it really does.
The R&B singer and like just rolled up to make
what's that
rapper Meg the Stallion, the rapper. Like what?
Well, here's the thing.
I heard they was together, so I don't.
Oh,
maybe that was early on in the whole thing, but I don't know. I really don't know. Like that was you describing that. You describing that is the first whole story.
Yeah,
I
me too.
So.
That's literally what I read today.
Okay.
Could be different tomorrow. Who knows? And shoot, I had a thought. Oh well. What is clear to me of could be a situation is it would not be a foreign thing, or is not a foreign thing, that the ego of too many men is way too sensitive. And if Meg said the quote unquote right thing and pissed him off, by that I mean Meg did something of her own agency to mind her own fucking business, and then he took that as a shot to his own ego. An example of this in a common day circumstance is a guy says something to a random woman on the street, right? Hey, you beautiful. Can I talk to you real quick? And she goes, no, thank you. I'm going to continue with my day. And he goes, well, fuck you then, bitch. Like it escalates because of his fragile ego. Don't know that this was a situation, but that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss this audience participation part of it, where there people are saying, you know, we canceling Tory if this is true, yada yada yada. And the post was like, y'all think y'all canceling Tory, but Chris Brown out here with a full ass career and a strong fan base, like he didn't beat Rihanna to within an inch of her life a decade ago. Yeah. Now, do I know the inner workings of that? No. Do I have friends that have worked with Chris Brown since? Yes. like that's true. I don't listen to Chris Brown's music. I could care less. I think that piece of what's that metal thing that you wash dishes with?
The little scraper thing. SOS pad.
Yeah, that SOS pad of a hairstyle that he had for one period. I thought that was infuriating. But beyond that, and I have been checking for Chris Brown. I do know that he has a strong fan base and all of that kind of shit. But did the cancellation work? Go ahead, Adam. Sorry, I've been talking too much.
No, I was gonna say. So I saw the post, obviously. So for me, the thing that stands out the most about that post is, I'm pretty sure it was a guy that typed it, and for me, it felt like one of those situations where there's a guy. I'm not saying he claimed to be a feminist or anything. But it's one of those situations where a guy claimed to be a feminist to get cool points. And that's kind of what it felt like. He's like, y'all don't care about black women. And he was like trying to come off as he does more than anybody else. Like he's the king of caring about black women. And what drives me crazy about the post is he's making it sound like Chris Brown's fan base is black men when it's not. So
I think that's called like virtue signal.
Virtue signal. Yes.
Yeah. So like he's saying like y'all don't care about black women because Chris Brown still has a career, but I mean, you need to go and look at some of Chris Brown's live shows and tell me who's in the audience, because it ain't black men, it's women.
Yeah. Now here's the thing: do you think that he was saying that to black men?
I'm pretty sure. I mean.
Only reason I ask is because I don't know who Tory's fan base is either, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tory likes men.
What's crazy to me is that, like, the whole with the council culture, like when they first started having that term or whatever, or doing that, they used to target people like we know, like the cancel culture used to come after people. It seemed like this is obvious, like R. Kelly, like, you know,
people in power, like powerful people.
That too, like, you know, who have a pattern and history of you know, outrageous things. Okay, I understand that, but this is still an open case. Like, we don't really know. Y'all can't just be above the law and just like. I mean, I know they're not physically like going and killing people, like, but it's like.
I mean,
but people be ready to shut down folks' whole career.
Yeah, man.
Before you got facts.
Right. Exactly.
And just
like,
in which
it's a bit premature. Like, just sit back and get the information first, because
which I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry, my bad.
It sound like they made up like a bunch of like mumbo jumbo, like, to me, because I don't know.
Well,
like,
I don't.
Okay, what's the best thing that can happen to a rapper for your career is to get shot? Like, for a lot of these people, I'm not saying like.
No, you're right.
I'm not saying she willingly got shot. Like, or
that's true.
Well, like
it's been happening a lot lately.
Yeah, I mean,
through history.
Yeah, I mean, getting shot and going to jail can do wonders for a rapper's career.
What
I'm saying is live that life. Yeah.
It's silly. It's absolutely silly and ridiculous. But to common folk, that impresses them. Like, man, he real.
I think that if that's true, I think it mainly applies to rappers where that's the bulk of their content, in which they're not mixed content.
That's
well,
true.
yeah,
That's true.
but she still talk tough though. You know,
she
is that she, you know, a lot of is that type of rapper that, you know,
she's a savage,
tough things, you know. But my point was really that these people do publicity stunts constantly. Like, I wouldn't put it past them that this is like okay, she probably shot herself in the foot. And let's spin this like this.
Yeah.
You know, like Tory Lanez
was coming out in 2 months. Yeah.
Tory Lanez. I'm not saying that this has happened. I'm just saying publicity stunts happen, and Tory Lanez got a history of nonsense, and I just don't put it past like people just to kind of not make up a story, but just kind of change the details in a way that'll, you know, benefit you.
Oh, I mean,
especially people, especially celebrities,
sure.
you know, celebrities.
Right. Aaron, go ahead.
I was gonna say for sure, like it's hard to assume that somebody doesn't have an agenda. At least when they go, like, at least in regards to the way they go about releasing the information. You know, it's like that's probably rare that you get both sides.
I mean, the thing is, I get publicity stunts because that's the same shit. What's his name? September, August Alsina.
There's professional trolls out here, man.
I'm like, that's the same shit he just pulled with this whole Will and Jada shit.
Yeah, I never even heard of that dude before until this.
No, me either. I don't never heard him before.
I heard of him. He got a lot of them whiny songs, you know.
Yeah.
See, I didn't even know he was a musician.
All right, yo. So y'all, like, in what context did August Alsina feel the need to come out and like explain his situation with Jada? Like, was he prompted, or like, why did he do that?
I didn't see the whole interview. I don't really know, but it's the point. The point of the matter is, it had literally nothing to do with anything.
I'm like, you could have just left that between them, like between them three.
And he had music coming out. He was releasing an album or something like that. And in my world, I'm like, it sounds like you just need to put that out there. And now Will and Jada got to go clean it up and all that kind of stuff. In which I'm not even we're not even gonna get into all that because I don't
publicity stuff.
I don't care at all. It's just publicity stunts.
Yeah.
But the Nick Cannon thing is on a much bigger scale.
Yeah.
Because again, allegedly, because I don't know and I didn't get to see the whole interview, I saw a short clip in which I hesitate with clips because they make you hear what they want you to hear, and I didn't get to hear the whole conversation. He said some anti-Semitic things in which I'm pretty sure it was primarily geared towards some level of whiteness or white Judaism, in which there is a separation because Black Jews get written out of conversations in history all the time. And long story short, he gets dropped from white Twitter goes crazy about it. Jewish Twitter goes crazy about it. And he gets dropped from Viacom. They own Wildin' Out, so he ain't even taking that with him. He loses Masked Singer. He loses the show. He kind of gets fired from everything. And one, do you think that's going to last? Two, do you think Diddy or Tyler Perry are coming to the rescue? What?
I think I heard that P. Diddy did reach out and say you got a home or you got a place to revolt. Is that true?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I heard that too. Yeah. But the thing is, though, if he doesn't own the show, I mean, I guess he can make a new show. But I mean, I don't know how successful it would be starting over. I mean, honestly, I haven't watched that show in years. Not because I actually like the show. I just, I don't even have cable anymore, so it's hard to keep up shows like that. But I mean, I hope wherever he lands, if he lands somewhere, I hope he's successful. I don't know exactly what he said, but I've heard bits and pieces, and it did sound a bit rough. But
I don't know at all.
Yo, I spoke to I should have done more research. I spoke to a homie of mine at work, a coworker who actually briefed me on this a little bit. So these are his words. He was saying that he was speaking to those two other gentlemen about how the Holocaust seems to get portrayed as like the worst tragedy ever, when there was plenty of other situations where
that's true.
I guess there were other situations in history where more, I guess, people who weren't white were something in the form of genocide happened. So that's his word, saying it was kind of he was kind of denouncing that as like the worst tragedy in history or whatever. So that's what I heard that they didn't like.
What's anti about it?
From what my homie was saying, he was just speaking certain facts. He was just speaking certain information and bringing it to light because it doesn't get much light. That's what he was saying. Now, after that, apparently he put out some tweets where he was saying like, I want full rights to. He was commanding full rights to Wildin' Out, and then a little bit after that, apparently he put out an apology. So we don't know what happened in between him commanding the rights to Wildin' Out and then putting out an apology. I don't know if like cancel culture started or what.
And here's the thing. By all means, there's always a distinction between action and intent. The thing you did versus the thing you intended to do, or the thing you said and intended and you're saying, yada, yada, yada. There's always that distinction. And I'm not even really trying to unpack that little bit of information because I'm sure that's a small fraction of what the conversation was.
Yeah.
Because what you said isn't anti-Semitic to me. And the other side of that is this is no disrespect to the Holocaust, because the Holocaust did happen. The Holocaust was a horrible tragedy, tragic thing that happened in history. It was also 5 years?
I think so. I'm not sure the length of time. I'm not sure.
Like 39 to 45 or something like that. That could be.
That's what I'm saying. It's like 39 to 45, like 5-6 years, right?
I want to talk about the fact that or the question that was raised, will he bounce back? I think that there's enough outlets at this point that are out. I mean, we at a time where we can make our own platforms.
Yeah, our platforms.
So
our platforms exist. Exactly.
So it's like you're not gonna take no hit by teaming up with P. Diddy or whoever it may be. I'm sure he will go for it, but I'm just saying I don't see much of a risk here. Like, we create the content, and the fact that we have platforms, it should be a no-brainer. Like, you know, just I'm sure he have enough quality creative ideas, you know, for shows and whatever. He does it all anyway, you know. So it's like,
in those $2 million shoes.
so you haven't counseled him. So
I want to believe that. I don't think he's like fully canceled anyway. No. But I want to believe that the bounce back will be equitable, because we have our own platforms, but to my knowledge, because I don't know, I don't think that Revolt and Viacom are on the same level, and that has to do with plenty old racist and prejudiced actions that led to that. Viacom been evil since inception.
Also, with that is like a technology discussion, because like, who watches TV that much like anymore? You know, like, is a certain type of person. I mean, you know, that watches. I mean, I from now and then watch local stations, but like,
I don't even get a local station.
But my point is, like, nobody's really checking on that. So like, you could make a lot of money away from TV at this point. So it's like, no one's begging to be on CBS very much. Yeah. So just go where the people are already.
The issue.
Go ahead, bro.
I was saying, to me, his biggest issue is it's not even the platform he ends up on, whether it's Revolt or whatever that is, or even if he makes his own, he can make his own. But like, the issue is like, as far as Hollywood is concerned, I mean, it's essentially run by Jewish people. So it's like, you don't want them to be your number one like enemy. It's like, you know, because you need them to make all those deals. I don't
think you could get blackballed in some way.
I don't think we need Hollywood.
I agree. I mean, I agree. It's like, it helps.
I'm just wondering, like, maybe it is a technical thing that I don't know. Like, which resource is it that they have that we can't or don't have?
I'm just assuming that, like,
clout.
Let's say, like, for instance, like Viacom has who knows how many other companies under their umbrella. So who knows how many hands they have in all across Hollywood, and can make certain decisions, and just long money, what they call it, you know.
But I guess my thing is, it's not like platforms don't exist. By all means, if folks really hated some of the more racial practices of Netflix, they'd run to Quelly TV. But you ain't hearing Black folks talk about Quelly TV streaming service like that. And that's no slight to Quelly. By all means, they're doing what they're supposed to do as far as building up a black streaming service. But it could be those same things on anything. Oprah, yes, and Oprah Network gets to produce all of the, you know, Queen Sugar and all of that. But in the grand scheme of it all, how much of that programming is Black beyond the faces that we see? Are the producers Black? Is the crew Black? Are the executive producers Black? Like, if the behind the scenes ain't as Black as the imagery, which is the case for most television,
pretty much all of it.
That's what I'm saying.
So Black Panther is like the only thing that I know of that had like Black people working across the board. Now there might be more.
Most of the crew on Black Panther wasn't Black.
Oh, okay. Well, I
all the actors were Black. And the director was Black, and costume designer was Black, but it's still Disney money. It's still producing it. It's still all the stage hands, the grips, etc. All of them white.
Yeah, I wonder how many of those stage hands, just like the crew behind the scenes in Hollywood, is Black. I wonder what percentage of that.
Probably very small. It wouldn't surprise me if it was less than 3%.
And like, do they use the same ones, like from movie to movie to movie? Are they like requesting these specific people? I wonder
that one.
Well,
I would assume it's. I would assume it's like any other business, like people with the most experience, people, you know, like if you have this one guy that's worked on like these 3 gigantic Hollywood blockbusters, like, let's get that guy because he's been around. But,
the boom mic.
Yeah.
As soon as you work with Scorsese, you in.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, that's always just my question as far as in real life of these people who have been canceled, and who is it really worked on besides R. Kelly and maybe Bill Cosby?
I would say it's worked on quite a few people.
But how,
beyond, let me.
Okay.
People start.
Let me
sales went up though.
Right.
R. Kelly's sales went up.
I was about to say that, like, just really quick. Like, I feel like to us, I feel like more than we know, people who are just like out of the mainstream eye doesn't mean they're not successful making money in other ways. We just don't know. It just seems like they ain't popping. They ain't popular, so they must be written off because
there's no
every 2
follow-up.
years.
In reality, you canceling the idea of what they did.
You cancel their popularity, like their fame, their idea of it.
Right. You canceling the idea of what they did stands for, and you don't like that. You want to dismiss it, and you call it cancel, but you got to realize you're talking about a person.
I agree with that all across the board, though. You know, like, the thing I don't like about cancel culture is it feels convenient. It's like as soon as one person takes it personal or whatever, it's like, all right, fuck that. They got to go. Their career, everything has to go.
Yeah, I
which doesn't
understand.
leave room for growth and recovery, etc.
I'm like, but the same people would want that if they did some shit. It's like you'd be begging that somebody gives you another chance with some room for growth. It's like, dang, man.
And that's where that conversation comes in, where people go. Some folks who are have more fame or whatever feel that the reason why people do that is because they know for whatever social clout celebrity has with it, this gets that's the one way that Joe, every person gets to feel like they have power because they're controlling that person's situation.
Right. That's basically what we was talking about earlier about virtue signaling. Like that's what they doing on a grander scale. Like, okay, I'm with this group that got the best, morals or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which I think is so whack, man.
I mean,
I agree with you. Like people, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I am against cancel as a whole. I don't necessarily love the idea of cancel culture, but I do believe that there are some individuals that need to go away.
Absolutely.
I just do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That like I was saying earlier, like them repeat people, like there's no brainer. Like cancel them individually. I mean, to me, if you cancel somebody, it's like, what's the point of joining up with other people and keep talking about it? It's like, if you canceling something, to me, is just, okay, that's not a part of me no more.
We don't fuck with that.
That's how, yeah. Otherwise, it's just like a go. It's just like them
canceling.
Bragging
it should not be a thing. It should just be a, okay, this is not something that we really mess with no more. Which I guess is kind of the same. It may seem like the same thing, but in my mind, I just think like it's an individual effort. Like cancel the things that don't feed you or don't please you or whatever.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a big difference, and maybe the step is necessary, and we just aren't necessarily like giving it that amount of weight. But it seems as if people would just affirm for themselves, like, I don't fuck with this person or their work anymore. And if you're sharing space with me, I ask that you don't, in a way that I have to engage it. If you want, we were just me and my lady was just having this conversation the other day. somebody was bumping Happy People the other day. Happy People, right? Bumping it down the street because a lot of people could care less and they separate R. Kelly's art from his pedophilia. And we were like, yo, that's one thing. If you want to listen to R. Kelly and whatnot, we just had the conversation on the previous episode where I did think he was hilarious, but I'm like, I can live without him. And so I'm like, if you want to listen to it, put on some headphones. But when you put this on a speaker that a block can hear,
it's kind of like the Confederate flag situation. Like, okay, y'all saying what y'all like of the time or the times it used to be, or whatever positive thing they can conjure up to relate to it, they do. But like, enjoy that inside of your house. Like, we don't need to see that displayed, because that's something that you need to just practice on your own, you know, because we don't associate that with the same thing as you do. So, it is a large consensus that we don't. So, I feel like people try to make those statements like, you may be bumping at R. Kelly to make a statement like, you know, I still F with him. Like, I don't care what. Okay, like, just keep that to yourself.
Yeah, that's the end.
Yeah, people do stuff out of spite.
Yeah,
people are so like, okay, like there's a street in Lake Station, and at one point it had 3 Confederate flags. There was 3 homes with Confederate flags on that street in Lake Station, Indiana. Now there's 2, but there was 3. But originally there was 2. And then after this, the big controversy about the Confederate flag popped up again, like it does every year. Then this house put a Confederate flag up. Like, oh, okay, well, and they put it up out of spite.
Right. Then, it's like, I'm making my stance. Like, this is something I want to hold on to. Like,
in which you're in Indiana.
Yeah, exactly. But I gotta finish it. So, like, you know, like, so the first talks of the Confederate flag, they were like, okay, I'm gonna put the flag up. Then when it got really hot, they took the flag down. Like, all right, I don't really want that smoke. But then there's another situation where, like, there's this other house in Portage, Indiana, which is right next door. So remember, this might have been last year. Remember when Colin Kaepernick, when Nike came out with that shoe and they were like displaying the Betsy Ross flag with the circle star pattern, whatever.
The original 13.
Yeah, and Colin Kaepernick came out and was like, you know, this flag is blah 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 whatever, and he was like, he disagreed with that design, and then Nike took the shoe down, whatever, blah blah. This house, like, when that controversy blew up, this house erected that flag. So it's like nobody cares, man. Like you put the flag up, but it's like, and they do it out of spite, like just to make the point. And it's like,
that's like people in this whole mass shit.
That's
like people in this whole mass shit where, like, the basic thing about wearing a mask is even if you don't care, it's just consideration to other people. Just put on a fucking mask. And like, no, it goes against my right. What right?
Yeah.
What right has?
Yeah. Why stand on this hill? Like, the one that could be fatal for people.
It's like, so silly, man.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
Like you're that stubborn that you're willing to put people at risk. I don't understand. That's like with the racist stuff, man. Like, I don't like to keep going back to that, but like we could draw all of these lines, right. But like, there's a lot of things that this can apply for. It's just crazy that people are willing to be that stubborn, man.
Yo, I just be finding it. It's just so crazy to me how much, even like the American flag, and I hope we don't get canceled. I apologize for what I'm about to say, but like, yo, you mentioned the American flag and you asking for it. No, it's just crazy how much power like we have in this flag. Like, like just like as this symbol, it's like
maybe it's time to change the flag.
It's just, I mean,
it's been changed many times.
You can't. You're supposed to hold it a certain way. You're supposed to fold it a certain way. You can't eat on it. Like, damn, you like, and that's supposed to like raise it up or something.
And that's a military thing, right?
For the most part.
I'm talking about just in general, like in society, like in this nation, it means so much. It's like, yo, what is this belief for this flag doing for people, like individual people? I don't know.
But it's contradictive because you go through all of that, but then you put it on bikinis and
exactly. Like I saw somebody take with a mask and had the American flag. So like, you mean to tell me? And I'm not saying this man thought this, but you mean to tell me that Colin Kaepernick, minding his business, taking a knee during the national anthem, is somehow disrespecting the flag and the song and all that? But you wrapping this flag across your crusty mouth is not disrespectful to the flag? Like, it makes no sense to me.
It's just like, man, that shit just be blowing my mind. Any flag, I just like, what does this symbolize for you to like really go like that? Now I'm all for a nation getting together and like just appreciating that, like that, just the energy of like appreciating together.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, but I will never understand. And if you say, like, people will get up and fight you if you disagree. If you say anything, if you just offer a different opinion, it's like, damn, yo, what does this do for you individually? Are you getting a raise at your job? Like, is your boss like hooking you up?
As we said, as we've talked about briefly before, people in this country, especially rural white Americans, are conditioned since childhood to feed into false patriotism that treats America, whatever the fuck that is, right? Because we say America like that, like it's not two different continents, but they treat the states like it's this omnipotent being that you should never question or for fear of persecution or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not a thing.
Yeah. It just seemed like certain people just want to preserve every old way of thought, way of everything. It's like the good old days, like some notion that it was a good old day, you know.
And it's never existed.
Yeah.
You know
like fighting some sense of change. It's like, oh, it's threatened.
There's no point of holding on to everything that it used to be because it's impossible. It can't function the same anymore because everything is evolved differently. You know.
Yeah. But I do
economics, every aspect of how we live is different.
Yeah. I wish the rules would evolve with it, man. That'd be nice.
Yeah. So to get back on the flag, because I'm about to rant for a minute.
Hold on.
Go.
Hold on, bro.
Take a bite of my sandwich real quick, man.
I'm gonna sit back.
All right. So now I gotta live up. So, what makes it so okay? This is coming from a 10-year U.S. military veteran. So I don't want nobody like, shut up, you don't know what you're talking. Like whatever. So
no, that's really good that you say that though. That's a really good. That's credibility.
Yeah, it is. So like, I find it so interesting that I'm going on a limb by saying this because I don't know what the practices are in other countries, but I feel like America is the only country that, and this probably isn't true, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. I feel like America is the only country that puts so much into a. I heard this woman call the flag a polyester blend, and I thought it was the funniest thing. But we put so much into this flag, and it seems like America is the only country in which the flag represents the military for some reason. There's countries that don't even have militaries, so what does their flag represent? The flag does not equal military whatsoever. The flag is just it's a symbol of the people that live in the country.
Yeah.
And that's it. But people think it's directly related to the military. the military definitely flaunts it around all the time because the military is supposed to be a defensive unit of the country. So like, okay, we're defending the country. Obviously, we can't put all 330 million citizens on this flagpole, so we're gonna do the flag instead.
That's the main reason I didn't understand the outrage of the Colin Kaepernick thing, because they missed the point. Like, it don't have anything about. They don't have nothing.
And they knew
to
that.
do.
Correction. They did not miss the point. They made a new point.
Right.
They knew that. They knew it. And the reason why it's like they knew that. They definitely.
And by they're talking about media outlets who influence narrative around the situations that we come to know.
Right. They like to cite things and paint a narrative that's not there for a better story, basically.
Yeah.
And people bite.
Yeah. They definitely do.
Aaron, Adam, you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, in people's obsession with the military is just, it's weird. Like, the military is supposed to be a defensive unit that protects a nation. The U.S. military has turned into an offensive unit. So they're going out and doing all these things. And that's one of the reasons why I got out. I didn't want to be a part of an organization that, and to me, felt like the world.
Fire Nation from Avatar.
Yeah, I mean, people use the term all the time, but like the world police, essentially. And I'm like, I just didn't understand why we have a base or some type of something like a base in almost every country. I mean, obviously not every country, but we have bases all over the country. And I'm trying to think, what would America do if Sweden was like, hey, we want to open up a base in Arkansas? We would be like, absolutely not.
True.
But what gives us the right to set up shop all in every continent, essentially? And it's just like, and also, I mean, not to be grim, but also I didn't want to be a part of an organization that killed people, frankly, regardless of the reasoning. Like, I get that there are people trying to kill Americans. I get that terrorism, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But for me, as the years went on, I was like, well, this isn't my fight. I don't want to be a part of this fight. It's not my fight to fight, I feel like. So,
that's really real.
I feel like most of the things they do are covert. And I'm sure it has to be a certain level of that in every government. But I think that it's gotten out of hand in our government.
Yeah.
It's like, even when they are caught doing things, we're at a point where they could just be like, oh, well, we made a mistake.
Yep.
And just, it's over. You know?
Yeah. And it just seems like in real life, most countries, their bartering for the weight of their dollar, et cetera, usually has to do with holding some sort of resource. And last time I checked, the main, and of course I don't really know, but unless I'm mistaken, the main resources that used to come out of the States were coal, cotton, steel, and corn.
We're not making steel like that no more.
You're not making steel like that no more. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. America at this point represents, people who are trying to preserve old ideologies to me.
It doesn't help anything.
Exactly. That's the only thing I could think of at this point. Like the way that Bush is trying to keep alive these cold places and the whole thing, all them presidents, I was like, it was a promise. Remember when he was running though, he was saying we're going to get the steel mills back. We're going to get the coal back. We're going to get the, all the stuff.
I'm not even going to shit you because we were in sixth grade when Bush was running. I don't know nothing.
Bush, I'm talking about Trump. He did that.
I know Trump bringing back coal.
Yeah, Trump's always
coal jobs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I meant to say Trump.
Okay, I'm sorry. I promise I wasn't trying to show you. I was like, I don't know what the fuck Bush was talking about.
Well, he was saying that too. Like,
I'm sure.
I
know some stuff in post, but I don't remember.
I mean, he didn't even have to say he did that, but
true. But it is literally that thing where I'm like, to complete my thought from earlier, because I realized I didn't. We don't really have that many resources coming out of the States, except fear of our military
and entertainment. Entertainment is probably our biggest export.
Export, right? Mm-hmm. but that's not necessarily feeding the American infrastructure
because that.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Now, not in any real way, anyway.
Yeah,
right.
And like I feel like technology makes it so that we're gonna lose grip on that anyway. Like,
yeah,
of course, Hollywood. Hollywood, we got that, but it's already an international game. Like everything that we thought we had a grip on. That's why I think they just preserve. They trying to preserve their spot, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Like everybody is trying to do that in the grand scheme of the world, but other people are evolving and innovating, and that's not innovative to try to hold on to old ways of doing things. That's destroying people and is destroying the earth or what, things that have a negative impact. That's not an evolution, That's crazy that it's because of money. It's because of money. But that's all.
What it always seems like.
I don't want to go into that.
I feel you. What it always seems like is in addition to not wanting to change and innovate, the innovation always goes toward how do we find a new way to be able to do the thing we always did.
Yeah, but make money.
Okay,
I was thinking more specific. Go
ahead.
Like the whole car thing, like y'all rather use gas and all this oil and all these ways of engineering, that's hurting things. Like we already got the template, to put it into place, but they trying to keep up certain corporations
and the image
that have such an influence on our government. Is all of these corporations. It's like, it's their interest. It's not the people's interest.
Yeah. That's the thing about being a republic and not a real democracy. The government doesn't really give a fuck about people. And it doesn't have to.
Right.
And all it has to do is keep up the image that people have control or power.
And I think they're willing to go
the fuck they want to.
I think they're willing to go to extremes, and excuse me, like I think that we are often like casualties of their plots or whatever, like their schemes.
Yeah. Take for example,
they don't care.
A few years back with that those protests of Native Americans, I think it was in North Dakota, where they were about to build a new pipeline. And they kept going, do not build this because you're going to spill. It's going to ruin the land. We don't want this to happen. They water hosed them, all of that. Media barely covered it like it wasn't happening. They still built that pipeline after so long a protest, and it did exactly what the fuck they said it was going. What they were trying to keep from happening. And the media barely even covered the fact that it did.
I know, yeah.
And that's the key part of it. The whole media involvement in it is treacherous. It just seemed like if you control the media and the direction of our country, is like you damn near do need a revolution in order for things to change. Like,
it's kind of like with the George Floyd thing. Like when the protests were destructive and all that, there was all this coverage. When they became peaceful, the coverage dropped off. So
they tried to act like it stopped happening.
Yeah. And people are still protesting, right?
Very much. People are still very much protesting.
Yeah.
Because nothing actually changed.
Yeah.
Hell, did y'all do... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I just want to say this. I do want to just kind of wrap up my point for the day, I guess. As far as like the America thing, it's like, and going back to what Marcus was saying, where it's like people want to hold on to like the past, and like when you look at Trump, his America First slogan and all that, that's like some old racist, slogan from like the 30s or 40s. I don't know, I might be messing those years up, but it's some old thing, and it's like people also, and adding to what Marcus said, like people want to hold on that America is like the greatest country in the world, whatever. And at one point, on paper, literally just on paper, and maybe financially and all that stuff, it probably was. But now, I mean, technology-wise, we're not killing it. Like Japan, Korea. Like Korea has been a dependent country from like the North and all that for like 60 years, maybe 70 years. And they've done a ridiculous amount from like the 50s to now. It's insane. They went from being a poor country to a very wealthy country and leading the world in a lot of technology. Samsung, LG, Kias used to suck 20 years ago. Now Kias are pretty nice.
Yeah.
So we're that technology race, and China as well, and that technology race, we are losing that without a doubt. And that's huge. Now technology is like the thing you want to lead in if you want to be if you want to be taken serious. And then this COVID-19 thing, I said this like maybe the first episode. I was like, COVID-19 has exposed America, and it just, as we see now, 7 months in, we're breaking records as far as like cases. Like there's other countries that are going back to normal, and we're like still trying to figure out what to do. It's like, it's a joke.
You hear like
America's a joke.
Stuff. You hear states like opening up for like 2 weeks and then reclosing again because everything.
America has become a joke. It's the laughing stock right now.
As a matter of fact, in Atlanta, I think the last episode I mentioned that there was a mask mandate. At least the wise mayor issued that, but the governor banned it.
Yeah.
So,
and today I learned that the governor is suing the mayor of Atlanta for
who has COVID.
Yeah, he's suing her because she was like, no, you have to wear. She went against him and said, no, you have to wear a mask. So he's suing her now.
And it's crazy because she's not even the first one. There was like 2 other mayors in Georgia who did it first.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you going to, you're going to sue them all? They were the ones who actually stepped up and stopped saying, okay, we're going to rely on encouraging the people to do the shit that they're clearly not doing and make it a mandate. A leader. That's being a leader.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Did y'all hear about this shit in the Breonna Taylor case?
What?
Nope.
I might have heard it, but
I'm probably gonna botch some of these details. But I read it, I think it was a day or 2 ago, that the mayor had had a part in trying to cover up her murder because they're trying to gentrify that area.
Oh, I did hear about that. I did. I spent a lot of time listening to NPR these days, and
allegedly,
but I did hear that as well. Yeah, I think they're doing some investigating on there. But I think that this might be a different case. But correct me if I'm wrong. No. It's just So this is the same case where the officers, unfortunately, were investigated by the same. You know how typically whenever you have a situation like this, it's better to get outside a third party who has no affiliations to do a fair investigation, but they're not. You should have heard the snippet of the interview. The dude was pretty much just saying, I'm answering for you. So you had no idea what you were going into, right? So you didn't mean to do that, right? So so pretty much you were not at fault, right? He's like, yeah, that's right. It's like, that's insane, man.
And that's the issue with the police. The police unions are if they got rid of the police unions, that would solve a lot of policing issues, because essentially it's impossible for police to be held accountable for the most part.
Right.
And like,
right.
And the fact that the police officers are investigated by other police officers is the weirdest thing on the, that's weird. That's like when we used to like take tests and quizzes in school or whatever. And then we would take our test and pass it to like the next person. And then they would cheat for you or whatever. It's the same thing. It's like, like,
man, I'm that'll never make sense to me, or how people act confused about like, oh, well, it was under investigation by Joe from the second floor. Like, what do you?
Yo, copy machine Joe. Oh, hell.
Like,
we go bowling together all the time.
It's like, oh, I'm definitely, you know, his son's godfather, but you know, I will make sure that I have a fair and unbiased investigation of him killing this innocent black woman that was just trying to sleep. What?
Yeah, man. It's like, it seems like when we get power at some point, it's just like we just don't want to let that shit go. It's just really hard. When somebody's in power, it's hard for them to realize that they're doing something wrong or that's not fair. And then even when they do, when it's in their faces, like it's really a struggle to get them to like accept it and then actually be willing to move to something more fair. It's
honestly,
crazy,
Aaron,
man.
I'm a gas up how much I admire that you think people are implicitly good.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
While I vehemently disagree. Because
how much time do we have?
Only because you're saying that, you know, power is the thing that corrupts people, and I would argue that people work for power so they can do that.
Yeah, I would say that people's idea of things and ideas of themselves are the thing that's like corruptible. Like this idea they have of themselves and what happens this could do for them, you know?
I think people work to get some level of power so that they can implement that fuckery on people lower than them. Or bystanders to their decisions. Not they get there and then they are corroded by having the power and then make those decisions. I think people work for that shit.
I do, I actually agree with you. I'm just saying that like before they get it, all they're going off is the idea of getting it or the idea of what they could become when they have it based on the shit that they're seeing from other people. They don't know for a fact at all until they actually experience it. So they're just working off this idea.
Well, I don't know, because I mean, it's been kind of pretty much proven that, you know, once you put that badge on, that you're pretty much untouchable unless, you know, I mean, yeah, you're pretty much untouchable. You can kill kids, you can kill women, you can do a lot of stuff, and
you can kill people with full evidence of you being in the wrong.
Shoot somebody in the back,
and say that you felt scared.
Yeah,
you can shoot someone trying to get into their locked car and say that you felt threatened.
Well, that also, I mean, if you were to bring that up, then we have to bring in everybody who's viewing. We have to bring in everybody who's investigating. We have to bring in the society's idea of how things should be and how things have been. We have to bring in a lot more if we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? To like make that evaluation. We have to bring in a lot more. Why do you think they're getting away with it all the time? Like, how did they stay in this power? How did society become this way in the first place? Like, we have to acknowledge that. We can't just, you know, in my opinion, if everyone stood up, if everyone agreed that they need to be treated with the same, like that in regards to punishment, they need to be treated the same way as everybody else. I think we could have more of a movement, meaning every race. You know, like
I think enough people say it, but if you've built a power structure that says "fuck what y'all think or believe," we can do it anyway. But Adam, you were about to say something.
I was going to say, I think the issue comes from like decades of turning away from what's going on. And what I mean by that is like, you often hear people say, you know, more white people get killed by police every year. and that's true. That's a true statement. But the thing is, the ratio is what makes it, it's more white people in the country.
Right.
So blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So it's the ratio that's not proportionate. But that's not even the point I'm making. Like, people say that, and then they say it like, well, more white people get killed, and we're not protesting, and we're not tearing stuff up, and we're not upset. Well, the fact is, the white community in the United States of America has never had a reason to believe the police were maliciously killing them. So in their mind, when a white person gets killed by the police, they're like, oh, he must have done something wrong because they're not killing us for no reason, because why would they? So if you take decades or even a century of that mindset, was like, well, the police, they only kill people when they have to, because they're not breaking down our doors, killing us while we sleep. They're not killing our kids that are just playing in the park. They're not doing that to us. So we trust them. Fast forward to today, with all the videos coming out and blah, blah, blah. Now people are saying, oh no, the police really are out of hand. But now you're like, well, yeah, you're like 50, 60 years late. And now we're trying to get stuff changed. And it's like, it's hard to change something that's been set in stone for a century. It's hard to.
Yeah. But I think it's fueled by people, like society's idea of it, the people's idea of this, like what is society anyway? Really? We created the shit, and it's evolving as we change. I look at everything like this. This is not just like when it comes to oppressed situations or somebody being inherently good or bad. I look at everything like this from that. I'm like, all right, there's a practical, physical perspective, and then there's something else. And I ask, how did this become this way? How did this individual become this way? How did these individuals become this way as a collective?
But it's a thing of that's great that you can separate it into but by all means, I think it's cool if you can separate individual circumstances from collective circumstances, but one doesn't trump the other. And if it did, it would be what's the collective circumstance versus what's the individual. Because it's a thing of, like Adam said, that's the typical experience of your average white person through the last, let's say, century, right? Couple that with false narratives like black on black crime, the war on drugs, et cetera, that constantly paints those people to be implicitly bad, a victim, not say a victim of the circumstance, but creating their own circumstances as if there's no actual systemic oppression happening to them. We could be stuck here all day and we need to be wrapping up, but you know what I mean? Like all of these things are laid in place, and educationally, as well as news media, as well as Hollywood media, like all of this, all the imagery, all the rhetoric, all the narratives feed into that frame of mind. So by the time 4 generations have passed, it's just, what's common knowledge isn't always true. Because you have the common experience of those people who are being oppressed, and you have the common knowledge of those people who have been lied to that whole time. And you're saying how did it come to be? And it's clearly outlined how it came to be. So I don't get the questioning.
I don't. Well, I question everything or most things in general. That just seems to be perhaps that's inherent in me in general, and I do it to myself also. So maybe it's like an expression of that. But I can just personally go. I can go only from my personal experience of things have changed for me as well. I mean, I know how my outlook used to be, and it has changed drastically. And my surroundings have changed when I changed. To some degree, I just stopped caring about it as much. It just didn't have the same pull on me. And part of that, and that what came with part of that change is I just don't. There feels like there's some balance in this universe. There has to be some. I genuinely can't see somebody as like, all right, they are inherently this way without. I feel like I wouldn't be able to see the quote unquote good in myself. There's like, if I did not even search or like look for something in common with this person. Also, I mean, if we're talking about a lot of the horrible, like the tragedies or the horrible things that happen in society, I'm saying, okay, how did that person come to do this? Oh, I see sadness in them. I've seen it in myself. I've seen they're obviously unhappy. They're searching for happiness they're looking the wrong way for happiness, and you're inevitably going to step on somebody's toes, harm people when you are doing that. I've seen that in myself. See it till this day still. Certain emotions, certain things like depression, all these things will push somebody individually and collectively to do horrible things to other people and this planet for who knows how long. I've seen that in myself. That's how I'm looking at all of this stuff. It doesn't mean that there's still not a physical level where, of course, there's oppression and it's ridiculous. Like, it's incredibly unfair. No one can deny that. But in my mind, from my perspective, no one can deny the other side as well. Otherwise, I don't see how are we really evolving then? If you're not asking those other questions, how are we really evolving? If you're not at some point trying to look for some commonality, how is there compassion when somebody does some harmful shit? I don't want to make the conclusion, oh, they're just inherently bad because they've done something. I've done harmful shit. I'm always reminded, like and I'm individually and collectively. How do you move on outside of doing that? I don't see it.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying directing particular feelings of this person is implicitly bad. No, I'm saying this person did something fucked up. By all means, we can ask how they got there, but we know the broad sense of, you came from this environment, you were raised this way, you were raised with this information in this place. These things contributed to how you were shaped and molded. And then we can go personally, these experiences, you got your you got your heart broke when you were 12. And then, your dad left you, like you got those personal experiences as well. And there's more questions we can ask always in that way, but treating all personal experiences as if they're probably not broader contributions to what shaped them, I think is a general disservice.
What I'm saying is, if we look at it that other way, in no way am I saying people don't deserve to be jailed, possibly murdered if you can stop war, like dictators. Like there's practical. There's two. I'm not saying just one level. Everybody fucking fairy tale fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. Do what you have to do practically, no doubt about it. But in regards to moving forward, I don't see a moving forward if it's not inclusive. That means that, and that's what, of course, people who are oppressed are looking for inclusion, but inclusion means everybody. And I've found that a lot of times when in people's effort to say you want inclusion, we've been oppressed, blah, they're also making conclusions about they're making general conclusions about people who look like the ones who oppressed them also. So what I'm saying is I see the same shit happening. I see the same ego happening on both sides to me. I mean, I think you can paint that from the Holocaust and before until now. I don't see evolving happening in a real way then. I feel like if we can come to some commonality, even internally, like having some compassion, whatever word you want to use for it, then we can move to like an actual more productive change for everybody, not an inclusion of African Americans and other minorities who clearly have not been included. Outside of that, a lot of it is like, all right, we're angry. And I get it 100%. But like once we can quell that and get through that experience, then I feel like we can really move forward and everybody's like, all right, how are we doing this? Like, can we put all this energy into just being productive and moving? But obviously, how can you say that when you...
But that part just implies that the other party is now cooperating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking on the individuals. It's like, I feel like people are more productive when they feel better. You know what I'm saying? I am more productive when I feel better. Even if dysfunction is happening outside of me, if it's also happening inside of me, then there's no way. There's nothing good about that too.
If I feel great while I'm getting my ass beat, that don't necessarily make the situation better.
You ain't hearing me, man. You ain't hearing me.
No, I promise I'm trying to. I swear for low. What's that?
So for me,
go ahead.
Okay, so what it sounds like you're saying, it's like you're saying that you understand the fact that stuff is terrible for people, but you're saying that if people, like, I guess if people try to work on themselves and believe that they can get out of a situation, that their life will improve. Is that like in very short words? Are you saying that?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if I'm going through some shit, and I have, y'all know my past, you know what I'm saying? I was very different for sure, and I'm grateful for that actually, because it drove me deeper. I would not just feel the way I do. I think waking up naturally, if I hadn't driven deeper, asking different questions as opposed to like, fuck, when are things gonna change for me? You know what I'm saying? It was like, all right, what power do I have to step out of this? And certain people have stepped out of oppression. Certain people have stepped out of poverty or whatever. And I would want to ask them how the fuck you did it. I would say I would want to learn from them. Let those people be some of the leaders who are like, all right, how can we inspire others? You know?
Yeah, I hear you.
But what I was saying is, if you're gonna go through some shit, now this is not widely publicized, but my thing is, if I'm gonna go through some shit, I would want to find a way. This is gonna sound so crazy and so stupid, I know, but how do I suffer as little as possible internally while this outside shit is going on, so I can handle it better? Because we already agree, a lot of people, white people, whatever, whoever the oppressors aren't trying to go nowhere. They ain't trying to go nowhere. We've agreed on that. So how do we make our experience a little bit better while that shit is happening and while we're fighting the good fight? That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, like, okay, so like, well, this is a fact. The fact is, some people aren't in a position to feel good, regardless of their mental. Like, there are some people who are living in absolute hell. Like, there's people who don't have both parents at home. If they have a parent at home, and I'm not saying this is everyone's experience, but I'm saying there are people that exist that live like this. So you have people that have cracked out parents, and they're poor. They don't make a lot of money. They go to terrible schools. There's violence and drugs all around them. And then, so for a person like that, it's hard for them to be like, well, you know, I'm gonna try to keep a positive mindset, because it's like there is no positivity in their life. So it's hard to say, you know, it's hard for me to tell a person like that to be like, man, just think about.
No, that's a really good point. Let me actually speak on that. That's a really good point. That I agree with you 100%. Like, I ain't about to go up to somebody who's starving, who's literally starving, and be like, yo, you want to do this yoga, this meditation? No, you need some fucking food. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need an opportunity. You need a job. You need a home. You need an address so you can put it on an application so you can get a job.
Correct.
Better. Like, you need, of course, that's the practical part. You know what I'm saying? I'm not living in some fucking heavenly fairy tale, whatever. I'm understanding that for sure. I just wish, I guess, we pushed other means also, because I realize once you get the opportunity, you get this, you get that stuff, there's still depression, there's still sadness, there's still comparing, there's still all these things that could psychologically make you suffer, even when shit outside of you ain't doing anything. And so it's a scientific fact that you could be you could be laying in your bed comfy, and your mind does not know the difference between a memory and what's actually presently happening in the moment. So you could think a thought and your body will react emotionally as if you should be fearful when you're cozy in your safe bed at home. That shit is crazy, man. That shit is crazy. So I'm understanding, give people opportunity, of course, for sure. I'm just saying also promote this other aspect, this other side of like what you giving yourself back, like you giving yourself power for free. Like promote certain methods that are scientifically changed people's chemistry. So they've been able to go about their day, which everybody's challenged, but they handle it more gracefully. Why can't we promote that shit also, and then go up against the shit you're fighting? Because a lot of us can't even handle our own shit the little shit that we go through in a day without being sad or being thrown off or whatever. So of course, and you can't always blame it on some big thing. And sometimes it's like, shit, I woke up not feeling good, or these are my fucking thoughts tearing me up today, or something happened in my relationship or whatever. All that ain't outside shit. All that ain't race shit. All that ain't whatever. Some of that shit is just us. What can I do to get myself out of the way so that I can actually do something significant towards working on something, especially in my day? That's what I'm saying. I think this ain't no fairy tale. Are true. Both. That's what I'm saying. True. Both sides. That's what I'm saying. Both sides. But the other side that I'm talking about is not always promoted. It's just the Yeah. I wish other shit was promoted more also.
Wouldn't it be nice though if say like you're a parent, like you and your significant other have kids, and like say like your biggest concern with these kids was, I wonder if they're gonna get into this college or that college. What if that was your biggest concern versus I wonder if my kid is gonna get shot by the police today?
Right. I think what we're talking about is like if we could take the part about basic survival out of what we have to worry about, is like I don't know if y'all ever looked at like the chakra thing, but like if y'all, I mean, some people think it's real, some people think it's fake, whatever. But the ideas of what they're saying.
I have experience with it, so I'm like,
So, but the actual idea of what they're saying is like the lowest vibration you can have here is have to worry about your survival 24/7. And that if that basic need is not met, then we're living in a place, like Adam said, is basically like hell. You can't even worry, you can't even think about mental, elevation, like, like progressing in any other facet of life beyond survival. That's what animals do in the wild. You know what I'm saying?
Animals are probably more peaceful than humans.
But they that's all they.
They take what they need.
What I'm saying, that's all they do. That's why they function. But us being humans is like, for us to be stuck at survival is like is a shame that a lot of people on this earth are still at that level, and they weren't ever given a chance.
I agree.
Yeah, dare I say, most people in this world are probably at that level.
I agree.
Right.
I would want to take like the people who are in quote unquote in power and doing the oppressing. They I'm not saying just for the oppressed. I'm saying for everybody. I'm saying like specifically the people who don't want to leave or don't want to go to work need real methods of change. Is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Inclusive, everything inclusive. That's
And I'm with you, man. I hear and feel all of that. I do believe that internal work is always going to be necessary when you're trying to do more macro work.
That's what I'm.
But it's always that thing of, as Adam and Marcus just said, everybody ain't allotted the space in order to be there. The only not only example, like the first example that jumps to mind was we're gonna go back to my mountain adventures. I'm in rural America, and I'm out with a friend and a couple other associates. I walk into this smoky bar, and I walk in, and of course, keep it very honest. I do the thing that I kind of have to do. Is I'm walking into a bar in rural America, I got to look around. And so I look around and I do see people, you know, kind of side-eye me, drink their beer. I go on about my business. Feel like, hey, if y'all gonna step, you're gonna step. And so then I go
in the name of love.
I go to the bar. And I told my homegirl, I was like, yo, what do you want to drink? I go to the bar and I'm sitting there about to order some drinks. And this guy walks up to me and he goes, hey, brother, kind of whiskey you drinking? Let me get something for you. And I think I said this on the podcast before. I'll say it again. I hate when white men say brother. It bothers me so much. Just hearing ER on any word makes me. And so I was like, oh yeah, sure, man. I'll take a shot of whiskey, like whatever you get, and I'll take. And so we get the shots, and he's like, I just want to let you know, I'm a sheriff from the town over, and a couple guys are looking at you real strong. So if they want to get fucked up, I got your back. And it was such an array of emotions in that moment of like camaraderie that this dude felt the need to do that and feel that way and say that. So I'm grateful. And at the same time, I'm like, y'all really about to jump me for just being a black dude in the bar?
That's what I was thinking. Like, is this crazy. A common thing around here? Like,
and it was that thing. It was literally that thing that he was like, yo, I'm just in town because I want to come over here for a little bit, which really makes me wonder how small his town is that he came to this one for a good time. And it was a thing of, not only did he clock the threat, he felt the need to go, hey, I got you. If I got your back, if some shit pops off, I'll even help you with the cops if they show up. Do I know if that's true? I want to believe. But it's like, if the cops show up, I, as a fellow cop, will speak up for you.
Could have been just trying to get you drunk.
Could have done that. Trust and believe, my eyes stayed on that glass.
I was about to say, man, yeah.
But it's that thing where I'm like, I want to go into this space. I want to grab my drink. I want to play some pool, maybe sing some karaoke and mind my fucking business. But I am a threat when I walk into a room, and that space to just work on me and feel good ain't always there.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I think, first of all, I do know that I'm entirely too hard on myself in general, for sure, because I'm like that. Like this, I tell myself this same thing in any situation. I mean, and that's like, I usually address my experience of the situation first before I assess the situation. I always address my experience of it first, meaning like I'm taking like responsibility, or I blame myself for the experience I'm having first. But I'm definitely probably too hard on myself, but I feel like it's the only thing that I feel like it's helped me. I feel like it's helped me. But I do want to. I want to be clear, yo, that I hope this doesn't come off. At least you guys know me better than pretty much almost anybody out there who's most folks who's listening. Hope this doesn't come off like I'm some pull yourself up from your bootstraps, or like quit, you're not impressed, or quit blaming. Like, nah, that ain't. I recognize it. I'm just saying there are two sides. Like there's a side where, yeah, this shit is crazy, but all I'm saying is there are other options. Until that change you want comes, I think there are options to make it to make your experience a little bit better. As an individual, that's coming from my experience, of course. No, I'm talking about free. Free means free. I don't know. It's hard for me not to look at things individually, at specific situations. And the media doesn't. It's like it hits you with the same shit back to back, so you see 1,000 different things. I check myself every time I walk into a room, and I know I have an expectation. I walk in with whatever motives. I walk in already having made a conclusion about how something's going to happen, how they're going to look at me. If I'm looking for beef, if I'm looking for how somebody going to look at me right now, I'm always clocking myself on that shit, because it's so easy to do, and it could filter every experience that I have, and that it just feels less natural. It feels less genuine for me, and it just doesn't feel as good. I operate much better when I'm a little more open to the situation. I'm not having so many conclusions going in or going out. So that's like where I'm coming from. I'm not in any way trying to negate what's going on for people. Like I've been through a lot of shit. I've been poor. I've like not eating. I missed a lot of meals. I mean, we were, no joke. And just to like clarify for other people, I'm not some privileged. I'm not coming around like talking like I don't understand what people are going through. I mean, there were times where all we ate was one bowl of cereal the whole day for months. I mean, we literally look like those kids you see on those commercials when they're like, yo, if you give with the huge tummies and like skinny ass body, you know, and the big head and the big ass head and shit. I'm just saying that I've been through some serious shit. It's no. I'm saying it's why can't we look at certain people and it's like, oh shit, okay, if they can change, perhaps my situation, some hope maybe. I'm not a huge, but hope maybe.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Appreciate the clarification. It's one of those things. If we all have had our trials and tribulations, even as Black men from Gary, we all have had our strives. We all also have a bit of privilege that we all respectively have, right? And so there's different aspects of privilege that we all are a part of. That, you know, I can't speak for y'all experience, but I know I've had to check my own over the years and all that kind of stuff and trying to work on that. But it's that thing of, it's all self-evaluation. Inside that self-evaluation, the goal is growth. And the goal is for you to, you know, be able to make the best experience out of whatever challenges you're facing. But sometimes your circumstances and your environments they don't really give a fuck about how you're trying to feel better about how you're getting through it. And you can work against it, you can work with it. So I hear you. I'm not saying this is about any. Yeah, this ain't about nobody else but the individual. This ain't about nobody else but you, that individual. If you're going through, you know, go ahead. For me, it's about all the shit. But Marco, go ahead.
Everybody, we all need our basic needs met before we think about anything else in this life, like our safety, our well-being, our general, do we eat, you know, all those things that some may take for granted, you know, those are the things that everybody has to worry about first, you know. But anything after that,
I agree with you.
Is just like
5 more minutes, man. All right, no, we gotta wrap.
No, come on, don't cut Marcus off.
No, bro. I was just saying, anything after that, those basic needs is like pretty obvious. I mean, yeah, I said that the other way around. You know, those basic needs are the obvious things that everybody needs. You know, right? But after that, like, I think we can figure that part out without, you know, killing each other.
I think, I would just ask also, how much of that suffering or whatever's going on is the basic needs outside of psychological and emotional, you know? I think that's a serious question to ask in regards to that.
Oh yeah. I'm sure people, you know.
In your mind, you're always gonna have it worse off than you really, you know? And then you can't always have it worse off than you really think. Or in your mind. If you like somebody, you exaggerate them. If you don't like them, you definitely exaggerate it in your mind. I mean, just little, like, I'm just saying how much of the suffering is actual basic needs and physical as opposed to your own mind. You doing it to yourself and not knowing how to turn that shit off.
I was just saying, I guess I was saying, like, those things are tangible, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's it. That'll be all.
Hope you enjoyed that. Yeah.
I love how every time, so for those, because y'all don't know what the fuck we're doing on the production side, every time I write 15 minutes in the chat, a whole new conversation that has to last for the hour has to start. Yeah. I swear to goodness, we don't be trying to make these episodes this damn long. But but it's okay. It's okay. The debate is real. It's a moment of vulnerability. We're being forthright. We're being honest, and that's what the podcast is about. And we encourage you. Yeah, and we want to encourage y'all to do that as well. Because what's going to happen? What's going to happen most of the time is those conversations that you have with people you love that are hard and difficult, or that you may not just understand fully. You need to have those conversations, and you may feel like you don't have the time for that conversation. You don't have the energy for that conversation. It may be some emotional labor in that conversation, but you got to fucking have that conversation. If y'all are really trying to grow, if you really trying to
energy right now because I'm hungry.
That's real.
Nah, I feel you.
Mark is laid in the cut for most of that. Yeah. We want to thank y'all for listening once again to the InforMILLY Honest podcast. Last words, gentlemen.
I guess not. I got some. I want to apologize to Adam once again for this, for the long episode, for the length and the editing process coming.
Sorry.
Hereafter, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Apology rejected. But my last words are thanks for listening. If you've been listening, for the last 3 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, you know what? I do have something a little bit more. Okay, so we appreciate it if you share this. I feel like the best way to share it is indirectly. So if you're in the car with somebody, just turn on the episode and hopefully they're like, what's this? And then so that's going to be my homework assignment. If you're in the vicinity of somebody else, just play an episode.
But people don't want them to be able to say, "I put you on." No, you didn't. I already knew. I've been listening to them since.
But video, especially because we appreciate what that y'all have shared the clips that Adam worked so diligently on making. We're giving you the 60-second. Now we're giving you like that 3 minute, that 6 minute. That length of some people's sex lives, and we want y'all to give a. When you share it, say something. Don't it's great if you just share the video. That's fantastic. We appreciate it. But tell people, oh shit, these dudes talking. Man, I didn't even know that happened to Amy Winehouse. Oh shit, let me go check out that doc. I'm going to watch it right now. And so let us know. By all means, we're talking about music on here. We're talking about an array of topics. I'm about to hop back into watching some more Supermarket Sweep. And so we all got great things happening, and we want to make sure that we can encourage other people to have these conversations as well. Marco, do you have anything?
Nah, man. Just again, I'd like to say thank you for everybody. We enjoy doing this just to do it.
Just to do it.
Just amongst ourselves, but to have other people feedback is pretty cool, man. Just to hear other point of views, and also just to know that people, actually care about the topics and appreciate our, what we do.
Man,
yep.
Love y'all, man. Appreciate the conversation as always. We are 4 brothers, different mothers and fathers, no blood relation, that pride ourselves on having completely and utterly candid, challenging conversations rooted in being forthright, vulnerable, and most of all, honest. With the InforMILLY Honest podcast, catch us on IG, catch us on Facebook, catch us on IGTV, and catch us on that YouTube-ish, which you already are if you're watching. Appreciate y'all. Peace.
Peace out.
Peace, y'all. Thanks for listening.
Marcus' fingers look like a vagina closed.
Put a price on this hue of color. Can't afford to lose my own brother. brother. I really want to try for my brother.
I wish.
I truly do feel for my brother.
Yo, what it is, what it do, how you be? Welcome back. Did you fucking miss us? I don't know. We probably actually are back on schedule at this point. But welcome back to another episode of the InforMILLY motherfucking honest podcast. Well, thank y'all for joining us another time. In case this is your first time joining us, we are four brothers from the neighborhood, from the city of Gary, Indiana, neighborhood of Miller Beach, if you nasty, right? And Miller bitch, if you that one. Nah,
I know a couple of those.
We have. We've grown up with each other. We've seen each other mature and evolve as men and as people, as artists. And so we try to hold true to our friendship and to this kinship by having candid conversation rooted in being forthright, vulnerable, and most of all, honest. I'm your primary host, and I say primary like we all speak like we speak more than each other, but I think it's just because I MC this shit, if you will. My name is Josh. If you need a nickname for me, you can call me that-ish. No, I'm joking with you. And I am joined by my esteemed co-host. We got Marco.
What's good?
We got Brother Johnson. I'm not going to do you last today. Got Adam.
She said, "What's up? What's up?"
And last but not least, we got AA Ron.
Yo,
Aaron.
It feels so good to be back.
There's Aaron with his obligatory Eminem reference. And my shit keeps cutting out, so we're gonna roll with it and hope for the best. So if you hear me taking pauses, it's because my sound is taking pregnancy pauses. And so first of all, gotta do a check-in. We didn't record last week, so I gotta know how the fuck you guys are feeling.
All right.
I'm feeling lovely.
Okay. Got Bill Withers to my right. Okay.
Rest in peace.
To the God. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, man.
I'm doing pretty good. I was worried a little bit. There's some issues going on. I don't even know if y'all know this or not. Or maybe you did but forgot, but I actually own a house in South Carolina. And
yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, so we were renting it to this family or whatever, and they moved out, which, you know, that's what happens. And so they moved out, and we're trying to sell it because we want nothing to do with this house ever again. So it just gave us a headache. So we're trying to sell it. So we have a real estate guy, whatever, and he goes to look at it, and he goes into, you know, take pictures and stuff like they do, and he finds a dog in the backyard that's still there, hanging out. So this family had a dog, and they just left the dog.
Wow.
And didn't take the dog.
Damn.
So we've been trying to figure out, like, okay, we got to get rid of. I mean, we got to do something with the dog, but we're not there, so. Right. But I guess the real estate dude, the realtor, keeps saying that. The realtor, I guess he knows a lady that runs this business where they save stray animals, whatever. So I guess he's gonna call her and do me a huge favor, because we've been calling like animal control and all these different people, and they all keep saying, yeah, we don't go get animals. I'm like, I thought that was your whole thing, just to go get animals.
Yeah,
like,
controlling animals.
And everybody keeps saying, yeah, they keep saying, yeah, we'll take them if someone brings them to us, but we don't go and get them. Like, okay. But anyway, so that's been an issue. Then there's some other issues with the house that essentially I have to, I mean, I could try to pay somebody to do it, but I ain't got the money like that. So essentially I have to go down there and do some stuff with this house. So I was like, man, how the heck am I going to do that? Then my parents came through and, you know, they're going to help me out and stuff. And what makes it so bizarre is that today is actually their 49th anniversary. And
nice.
That information completely slipped my mind because I've been thinking about my own issues or whatever. And I went to them with this information, not even realizing that it's, you know, their day. And they still didn't even trip on that. And still, you know, it was like, yeah, we'll help you out and blah, blah, blah. So shout out to them for that. So
yeah, man. That was a wonderful story right there, yo. Man. Warms my heart.
Absolutely.
Sometimes parents do understand.
Yeah.
They just do understand.
Yeah, take that, Will. Take that.
Yo, I know people just be saying this, but please give your mom and dad my love. I haven't seen them in years, and they were always just really dope people and really grateful to the love they used to show us when we were kids. And so I'm not trying to like say that on air. I'm just like, man, I haven't like actually like seen your parents in forever, and just want to say what up and love to them. Aaron, how you doing?
Hanging in there, man. Trying to stay mindful while acting a fool here and there. But otherwise in a pleasant state, man. Actually excited about coming up in a few weeks to see you guys. If and when we can work that out, you know. Yeah,
figure something out. Make sure we, stay at
from a proper distance.
I'm decent on my end. Shit's been a little stupid in some regards. I don't care for what's about to happen. Shit's been real wild with kids going back to school, and since I work at a high school, and they're making it now so that you can the students are going to stay at home, but they're making the teachers go to the building to work. And for me personally, I'm like, I don't need to do that at all. One, y'all don't pay me enough to waste this gas. And two, I'm very much like, me being in a dance studio is not helpful to me or the kids because they probably got to, try not to kick over their mama's favorite vase and all of that as it already is. So me being like, come on, use your space, and they ain't got no space.
Yeah. It makes no sense, man.
On top of a bunch of other stuff between never really having adequate Wi-Fi access in the dance studio, and it's just a whole bunch of shit that I'm like, this isn't gonna go well. Can y'all just let me stay home? That way on my lunch period I can really eat and not have to go get a Philly cheese chicken from down the street and then try to dance on all that grease and cheese. Because if Gary Nutrition knows anything, it is that there is no nutritional value to anything that you can get at an expedited pace. And so people literally look at you and go, like, hey, man, can I get some greens on there? And they're like, oh, you want iceberg lettuce? And if you don't know, iceberg lettuce is 93% water, in which I could just drink water as opposed to this faux green on my shit. And so it's just rough. But otherwise, shit's okay. Things could be worse.
Just a quick comment on that whole school thing. You reminded me of something that I saw online about some schools already beginning to like integrate the kids again and actually like bring them into school, and like some of the pictures I'm seeing in one county in Georgia, and then I also heard it might have been happening in Indiana as well, where like half the kids in the picture are not wearing a mask.
Yeah,
I think like a crowded hallway.
Indiana was the first state to have kids come back to school.
it's just wild. And people, like the officials were saying, like, well, it's almost impossible for us to like try to mandate something like that to like force the kids to wear masks. It's like, well, we have a.
What are you talking about?
You mandate a dress. You mandate a dress code.
That's what I say.
They
send girls home all the time for tight pants. So
you mandated that they go back.
They mandate a lot, and that's some obvious like is on your head. Like it's easy.
It's like it's covering half of your face. I can't identify this person because of the mask. So if you can identify someone's face, then that means they're not wearing a mask. So it's like pretty easy to mandate. The crazy thing is the girl that took that photo, apparently she got suspended for posting it online because obviously it caused the firestorm from all over the country. So she got suspended. It's like that just makes it more telling, like what your like priorities are. Like you're suspending this girl for doing something completely legal. I mean, illegal. So I don't know. It's not looking good.
Ain't that similar to the situation of which police killing was it where they didn't persecute the cops, but they arrested the dudes that recorded the situation?
Oh, I'm not sure about that one.
I remember.
It can't be legal to be able to arrest. So, like, what are they going to say? He was obstructing.
I mean, you can arrest. Most of the time, they can arrest anybody for anything, whether or not they get brought up on any charges or actually,
that's some dangerous shit. You're right. Like you could just arrest somebody because the officer is like frustrated that day. And in that moment, like just to stop whatever the person is like shut it down immediately. That's crazy.
That's usually the issue is whether or not you're actually being detained.
Yeah.
Am I being detained?
Yeah. I don't answer questions. Am I being? Yeah.
That's right, people. But let's jump into today's subjects. So, circa 1990, what was it? 92, 93, where Mr. Andre Benjamin stood on the stage of the Source Awards and goes, "The South got something to say."
Yeah, buddy.
And he said this to an audience full of guns, i.e., niggas, and because I don't know if y'all saw this episode of it was one of the rap documentaries, hip hop documentaries. I can't remember which one, but they were talking about like all the New York motherfuckers was strapped up, and then all the LA motherfuckers were strapped up. And then they were like, even Wu-Tang came in with they shit. And amidst all of this, no one even acknowledged the South. Like the South wasn't even like in the argument of who was really running the rap game at this period of time, and that's during the 90s. Granted, it's been 20 years since, and so 20 plus years since. And so my question to pose to y'all. Because this came from a meme, and so I'm just posing to the group. Is Southern rap better than New York rap specifically?
I just want to quickly say that like it wasn't better until Fetty Wap hit the scene. And then I'm kidding.
I was about to disrespect the fuck out of you if you actually stood on that ground.
Yeah, that's a pretty shaky foundation, dog. That's a terrible foundation. I think I'm falling up the scaffold for sure.
So what do you feel?
I'm gonna let them start, man.
Is Southern rap better than New York rap?
Man, I think that it's neither one of them are distinctive anymore. Like I can't really it's hard to tell them apart now. But if I were to say that's like true. 10 years ago, I would have said that the South was probably not even probably that they had a better sound, like they were dominating music.
Now, I have a quick question in regards to what you said, Marco. You say a better sound. You mean like just more popular, like at the time, or like? I
would say like more creative, like because New York I feel like New York rap has been like still struggling to find their sound now. Like they keep trying to.
That's true.
The ones that we really like a lot, I feel like are still doing like the 90s more
like
towards
Joey
the
Badass or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fun, which is cool, which is great, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think there's a few more artists that was like, man, I want to name names like, but some southern artists. Man,
Can we not name names? Or
no, I'm just trying to think of something.
No, he said he can't think of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn. Okay, it's gonna be a short episode.
So for me, like, I can't say that the South is better because I just like that New York sound. I mean, but what I will say is I definitely agree with Marcus. Like, the South is very diverse in what they do put out there because you have like if you go back in the day, obviously you got like Outkast and Goody Mob, and they were always very like the hip hop they put out was like almost if this is the right word, but it almost had like a groovy sound to it. Like it had more it was smooth, I guess. That's maybe that's a good word for it. But then fast forward, and I know there's more Southern rappers back then. Like you had you had UGK and you had
3-6 Mafia.
Yeah, 3-6 Mafia.
I'm
sure there's a lot more.
I mean, are we including T.I. or no?
Yeah, I was trying to work my way down.
We just talking about the history of it. You got like you said, you got T.I., you got Ludacris, you got.
See, that was the era that I'm talking about. Like that was probably
10 years ago.
Like becoming, if they didn't like actually become more prominent, like at some time, like maybe 10 years ago.
Like peak Ludacris was longer than 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but
10 years ago.
It was a nice little stretch, though. I would say.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think it goes back and forth only because I think at one point the South really was leading the charge, and I think and especially there's too many people who try to latch on to whatever is the hype thing at the time, and so for a long time people were latching on to those variety of Southern sounds, trying to make them themselves, like make that their shit. There was everybody trying to sound like Lil Wayne at one point. There's everybody trying to sound like Cash Money in general at one point. Everybody trying to sound like No Limit at one point. There's everybody like they were leading that charge. And but I do think the 2010s, New York came back really strong.
Yeah.
Or it got diversified among the rest of the country a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say the 2010s, because for me, between like mid 2000s to like the early 2010s, I quit listening to new rappers. I gave up. That's why I didn't even listen to Joey Badass until like maybe 4 or 5 years after he was out, because he came out in that early 2010s, era, like Mac Miller and those guys. Like, well, Mac Miller I actually did listen to when he was kind of becoming big or whatever. But a lot of those guys, I like, people would tell me, "Hey man, you should check out this person." I was like, "Nope," because he probably makes some stupid D4L type stuff. So I just was not listening. Like I was not listening to rap in that era. I had to go back and listen to those guys. But I will say it did diversify, and I feel like lyricism started coming back in the 2010s, because obviously that's when Kendrick Lamar and a lot of like West Coast people started popping up. And then that's when J. Cole started, those guys, J. Cole, and who else was in that era? Joey Badass. But even though Joey Badass isn't like commercially like up there, but a lot of those New York, like what's his name? I'm not saying he's from New York, I don't even know where this dude's from, but like people like Tyler the Creator, or the Sweatshirt Kid,
Earl Sweatshirt,
Earl Sweatshirt, and that kind of
Sweatshirt Kid,
that group of people, whatever.
Pull over, dude.
That I think that started bringing like lyrics back to rap. Right. That's when I jumped back on board, and then I was like, okay. But I like I said, I think that the South is most definitely more diverse. But because even today, though, you still have Southern wise, you still have people like J. Cole, Rhapsody, Big Crit,
JID.
who else?
Yeah, for the record, JID. Yeah, for the record, Tyler's from California, actually.
Yeah,
I
can see that.
I was about to say, like it's hard not to mention like the West Coast in it all, because like I feel like they came back more than anybody in this whole conversation. Probably. Yeah, they got tons of artists that's like on top right now.
Strong.
Yeah,
Anderson,
I just think it's
Kendrick Lamar, all them West Coast people.
D Smoke,
Absol.
Yeah,
which I think is severely overrated.
You think Absol is overrated?
No, I mean underrated.
I was like, yo.
No.
I was like, yo, man, what do you mean?
No, he's underrated. But I'm gonna say this, and this will be my final point. I do think it's something to be said, though, that somebody made a meme and compared the entire South to one city. That's all I'll say. Because New York is so important. I mean, like you think of people
because the birthplace, yeah.
I mean, you think of people like Jay-Z, which I like over the years. Nas was like my top dog for years, but it's just like Jay-Z though. He to me he's taking Nas' spot as number one for me because Nas in his older self he just hasn't really put out anything that great. Yeah. But Jay-Z, his last album 444, like I'm not saying it was great, but it was pretty good.
It was a great album.
Yeah, for somebody, you know what I'm saying? So he's been continuously putting out good albums. You know, in his younger self, in his older self, he continues to put out good albums.
Carter.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. That was probably
Magna Carta is utter shit.
Yeah, of course.
Did y'all hear the?
I'm just messing.
No,
but I'm saying overall though, it's overall hip hop wise, I don't think there's another rapper who's put out. He has at least, in my opinion, at least 4 classic albums, and I just don't think in hip hop that's common.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, Jay. I think Jay has the longest bandwidth of any rapper. I can give you that he has stood the last damn near 40 years.
Yeah. Let's see. At least 30.
At least 30. Because
his first solo album came out in 96. But
he was 96. Okay, I thought it was earlier than that, my bad.
But he was still on other people's stuff though, like features and stuff in the 80s even.
I saw some clips of him. He was like he had a whole different style then.
Yeah.
It like morphed through the years.
Yeah.
Which is impressive. It's still be relevant. Yeah.
A lot of times
it's impressive.
Too often, I don't know if y'all feel this way, but doesn't it seem like everybody's evolution doesn't always work?
Yeah.
And that's no, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say that's true. And I think Jay-Z, like before Jay-Z, like when Jay-Z put out 30's a New 20, it was a song on like what album was that? It was on Kingdom Come, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, I think he made it okay for older people to rap, because before then everybody was like, you gotta stop rapping at a certain age. But he was like, why? And he made it okay. And I feel like he really did like kind of like pave the way for all of the guys over 40 that are, to me, some of the guys over 40 are the best people in the game right now. Like, really. Some
I agree.
Of them. Like I think like Royce the 5'9" is having like the best over 40 career ever.
Yeah, I can give you that. I
agree, man.
And Black Thought, and he's doing solo stuff, and his EPs are really good. So I think Jay-Z is really important for the old guys. Like he made it okay.
So yeah, Jay has done a lot for our hip hop senior citizens, so to say. No, just cats that have gotten past 40. It's not a common thing to for people of that caliber to make it that far. I personally think Dre could have if Dre wanted to, but I don't think Andre wanted to rap to that degree anymore.
I absolutely think he could have. I feel like there's no doubt that, like, if we're talking about like the skill to do it and to like last that long, most definitely.
I mean,
definitely.
There's always factors. Like skill is one thing, and then you have you got like the fortitude to go through all the rigmarole that takes to make a project, put out a project, promote, publicize, all of that, tour it. There's just so many factors in there.
You got to have the content, like subject matter. Like granted, like Jay-Z, subject matter, a lot of it was kind of the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But you just made it sound so cool.
Yeah. It was like, but I would say, you know, now he is turned into more of a concept type of artist.
I feel like this last album was more therapeutic, maybe for him.
Yeah,
that's why I got so personal.
You mean therapeutic or cathartic?
I thought they were very similar. I thought both of those words were I thought was something cathartic for you. It's like therapy. It's like a release. You know, if anybody has a correction, and go ahead and add that in the comments.
No, it wasn't a correction. It was a question. Like
no.
It was or both.
I meant the viewers, since we got so many of them. But I figure somebody's gonna be in the comments. I just feel like if something's cathartic for you, then it's easier to get. It's hard for it not to be personal. Mm-hmm. Which I was actually going to ask that. I was actually going to ask a question because I was talking to somebody. I had a hip hop conversation with a coworker of mine the other day, and we were talking about like music aging, and some people saying that music ages, certain people's music ages horribly, and otherwise. And I'm like, well, if somebody's doing this more for therapeutic reasons and it's personal for them, well, how can it? It's to me, it's more where they are at that time. So you might not get the same feel 20 years later. Because they're doing it, it feels less objective. It's more subjective. Like they're doing it for very personal therapeutic reasons. Like without that outlet, maybe they'd be somewhere else struggling. So I think that plays a big factor in how music ages.
Yeah. So I want to pose this to y'all, just to oppose. I want to pose this to oppose, the former argument.
Okay.
Since we did South versus New York, West Coast versus Midwest, who you got?
You already know how I feel. You already know how I feel. You already know. I'm taking.
Gotta go with the Midwest.
Look, I'm taking M. I'm taking M. Royce, Ye, Common,
Lupe,
of course, who's been in my top 5 for a long time, by the way.
Midwest also has Twista, Tech Nine, Jay Dilla.
Yeah.
Freddie.
Well,
Big Sean.
Are we thinking about people, I guess, dead or alive, I guess, huh?
Both.
Yeah.
Okay. Freddie Gibbs? You saying Freddie Gibbs?
Yeah.
I need to give him more of a, like that last album I did like, I need to give him more plays, though, personally.
With him and Mad Lib.
Yeah, he's super talented.
Him and Alchemist? You thought it was Alchemist or not?
I thought it was Mad Lib.
That was Mad Lib. Yeah, he might have one with Alchemist, too.
Oh, yeah. I know he has one. Alchemist produced one of the latest ones.
Yeah, Alfredo.
Yeah.
Alfredo was good too.
Well, that's the only one I've heard. So
who you got? Marco, who you got? Midwest, West Coast?
Yeah, Midwest.
You going Midwest too?
Let's go Midwest.
Yo, representing strong, son. They can't take the cold out there in LA, man. They can't take the cold in the West Coast, bro. Motherfuckers will be lost in November. Yo, they be walking around in the Midwest looking like Cam with those fucking fur boots on. You know what I'm saying?
Ooly gooly.
Looking like Cam. So. All right, Adam, I ain't gonna cut you off, man.
Nah, I was trying to give it an honest analysis of it. I think you have to say Midwest because California. I was just trying to think. Okay, who's their top people? Obviously, people would say Tupac. You know, I'm trying to think who else. Like, obviously, the people that I like. You know, I would say as of recently, I would say D Smoke is probably D Smoke, Kendrick Lamar. Absol, already mentioned him, but after him though, you know, I'm not gonna say Tupac because the only Tupac songs I know are his hits. I don't listen to. I never really listened to his albums like that because I just really wasn't interested. To be honest,
that's real.
Is Cypress Hill West Coast or Midwest?
Yeah,
Cypress Hill West Coast.
No, Midwest. I think.
Cypress Hill.
Wait,
Cypress Hill.
No, Cypress Hill is West Coast.
Yeah, they're West Coast. They're cool. They're definitely cool.
Yeah, and even them, like I know, like they're singles, but I never listened to a Cypress Hill album. Same with
definitely.
Same with the Far Side. I think I know they're California. I know they're singles, but I never really got into albums for West Coast artists except the people I named. And Dr. Dre don't count because he don't write his stuff.
But as a producer, he still counts for the West Coast.
Great producer, yeah. Snoop, I've never gotten into Snoop. Really.
Me either, really. Even though that Doggy Style album it's critically acclaimed to be like one of the best hip hop albums ever by more people than I knew.
He got so many albums, man.
Like personally, like as a rapper, skill wise, I for the longest time just never saw it. Personally,
yeah, I'm trying to think of other rappers that aren't from California but are still West Coast. And I don't. Is
Tech Nine? Is Tech Nine West Coast or I never?
He's Midwest.
Midwest. Okay. Oh, we good.
Tech Nine is Midwest. It's from Kansas City.
Oh, we so good. We're so good. We are so good.
So, yeah,
Tech Nine is Kansas City. Yeah.
So I think the.
I don't really know who's representing West Coast that's not from California. I don't really think rappers are coming out of Oregon. So
yeah, straight on a bike, son. Super eco-friendly.
I don't know of any coming out of Seattle.
Some vegan rappers.
Like out of.
I mean, that's actually a thing. 2 Chainz is a vegan, but just sounds funny.
I'm about to look. I'm about to look up.
making baked goods in their spare time.
I want to see if any rappers.
Yeah, I can keep going with this. Selling baked goods at the vegan instead of merch, just selling vegan. Yes.
I'm trying to find like a list of rappers from the West Coast, but that aren't from California.
Yo, I love the game. I love the game, man. We gotta mention
Game also is West Coast. You're right. Yeah.
I love that fool. Damn, he makes being gangster sound so good.
I actually don't know which way I would lean because I'm a big fan of Absol. I'm a big fan of D Smoke. I'm a big fan of Kendrick. I'm a big fan of TDE in general, to be completely honest. I don't know. I can't really think of any artists on TDE that I don't really care for. I know I haven't really listened to Isaiah Rashad like that. But I do acknowledge that he's talented. Tell me if I'm breaking up too, just because my internet really sucks right now.
So far, you're good.
Nah, you good. I like Isaiah Rashad though.
He is mad talented. I just never listened to a whole project in that same way of like y'all was saying, I've never sat down and listened to a whole Pac project.
Yo, really quick, is Brockhampton? Is he similar? Like, where's you heard of Brockhampton?
I've heard of him. I don't know anything by him.
I think I've gotten him and like Isaiah Rashad mixed up.
I thought Brockhampton was a band.
No, it's like maybe it is, but I thought it was.
I thought that was somebody from Europe. I don't know.
Let's
get to the bottom of this.
Yeah,
I only know Brockhampton, the band from Texas.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish your last thought then.
But I'm for a lot of Midwestern rappers, man. I love Lupe. I enjoy Kanye, old Kanye. I current or really recent times Kanye. When I say recent times, I'm one of those people who I hated Life of Pablo personally. So all of them Kanyes I'm good on. But original old school Kanye, George Brooks Hates Black People Kanye, love that Kanye. What is it? Lupe, Common. I've never listened.
He may be hit or miss, but Big Sean sometimes is.
Yeah, I agree. I've always been a fan of it. I feel like he has more potential, for sure.
I remember being angry the first time I heard "Don't Look Down." I don't know if y'all remember that song.
I do with Mos Def.
With Mos Def and Big Sean. I was like, wait, Big Sean can rap?
Yeah, he's dope, man.
I didn't know. So it's one of those things about
to me.
I didn't know he could rap.
To me, his first mixtapes were like pretty good to me. Like I really, yeah. And then some of his albums is
like that first one. I kind of like
on them.
A lot of them seemed very commercial though. Like that first album, like I liked it. It just was like it was very easily listening on the radio. I think. I thought it was. I like his freestyle when he'd go up to like a radio show. I just felt like some of those were like highlights for me. Big Sean.
As far as like I enjoy Tech Nine. Tech Nine is usually hit or miss for me just because sometimes the like offbeat rapping kind of gets to me. But I think he's extremely talented, probably one of the best businessmen in independent recording.
Yeah.
And I enjoy quite a few people on Tech Nine's label.
I know. Who's on his label, by the way?
You got Chris Calico. You got
he was okay.
You got what's that duo? Cess Crew. That's really really talented. There's a bunch of folks whose names ain't coming to me right now. But like,
I actually heard of Chris Calico. He's cool.
Yeah, folks. Strange Music is a real decent label. And so I don't know which way I lean, but it's probably unfortunately leaning. I'm saying unfortunately, but like I'm probably gonna lean more toward the Midwest, even though there's some cats on the West Coast that I really really fucking enjoy. And so, yeah, man. Well, what y'all say we jump into this full subject?
Do it.
Because this is a bit of a dense one. Not that the rest of them aren't. But okay, so let's talk about the actual question. I was trying to see if I was going to rephrase it at all. Do you believe that a person can appropriate their own culture? And a follow-up question to that, by all means, you can answer that one alone, or you can answer the follow-up, or both, or what have you, right? Is African romanticization by Black Americans a form of appropriation?
That's deep.
I'm glad to start if y'all need some time to process and
you can start.
Get your ducks in a row.
Please do.
Okay, let me know if I start getting choppy again. My internet is being shitty right now. Okay. Do I think that someone can appropriate their own culture? No, because appropriation has to do with people taking parts of your culture without acknowledgement of its source, or like giving just due reference to, or a tribute to. I can't attribution. I can't think of the right way to conjugate that. Right. And so do I think that someone can appropriate their own culture? No. Is the African romanticization, the romanticization of Africa, right, by Black Americans a form of appropriation? Hell no. Why? Because descendants of enslaved people had everything stripped away from them. And so we cling. I say we because I've been a part of it. we cling to whatever form of identity we can get our hands on because we want to know desperately what the fuck it is. People who, know their Irish heritage and know their Jewish heritage and know all of this other kind of stuff, they get that luxury because they did not go through those traumas. And so I know that, and I've been in some conversations. I've met some people that feel like Black Americans do too much romanticizing of African culture, and especially to go African culture as a whole, right? As opposed to being able to even know the different parts of it, has to do a lot with Christian colonialism. And so you have a lot of propaganda and brainwashing and social conditioning that has to do with damaging how Black Americans get to view their Africanness, how Africans view Black Americans. And nobody really give no way to actually trace what your lineage is to even touch on that. And so by all means, if you can get your hands on it and it feels good to you, do that shit, because there's no way for anyone to prove that you're not a part of that culture. And by all means, there's plenty of folks around the world that say nigga as if Black folks, if that ain't a part of Black American culture, right? And so it's a thing of we hold on to that, but not trying to stop any other people across the diaspora and from doing those things. And I can completely get how anyone that would have some resentments toward, it's not me. I love most things African. I say most because there are still some issues like all people have and all cultures have. But I can completely get the resentments that some Black Americans would have toward the idea of Africanness, not just because of self-hate, not just because of Christian colonial brainwashing, but because y'all left us. Ain't nobody come to get our ass. If 5 million French people got kidnapped right now, France is gonna declare war, hellfire and brimstone, whoever the fuck did it.
Yeah, those motherfuckers are way too prideful. Yeah, like they are not letting that shit slip.
And
for
so,
sure.
I mean,
yeah, just diss all French people.
You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's a fucked up notion to even kind of consider. You don't know what the resources were, you don't know what life was at the time, but you're like, it's been a long fucking time, and the closest thing we really got is Ghana reaching out via the internet for the most part, saying that, hey, if you're an American citizen and you want dual citizenship, just show the fuck up.
Yeah, pull up.
and that's a really minor thing, but it could mean a major thing if people actually took advantage of it. By all means, I damn sure want to.
Yeah, I think
Ghana ain't even really one of my favorite countries, but I ain't been yet, so I can't really say that. But
I think it's awesome because it starts the conversation, though. It could be the beginning,
Yeah.
I think it's awesome.
That's just my big thing is I think that one of the greatest forms of division in the world is amongst the diaspora. That if there was actual unification or just getting rid of bullshit between the diaspora, between Black Americans, Blacks on the continent, Blacks in the Caribbean and South America, there's Black folk in every country. There's Black folk in every part of the world. And if there was actual unification between them, be the largest superpower in the fucking world.
I agree with that.
But yeah, I don't think that you can appropriate. I don't have any beef with Black Americans who try to latch on to whatever they can of Africanness because you're trying to get some kind of grasp of a heritage that was taken away from you and that you have almost literally no way to trace.
Yeah,
I agree with you, man. That's like kind of my I guess that's my main comment here. That I agree with you. It's like, why would I have an issue with somebody even just being curious and trying to find out more about their heritage or their lineage, especially when you think about what's been taken away, like how hard it's been to do that. Like in whatever way you're doing it, I feel like I can understand. I could see why you're doing it You know, like could they have been out, and hopefully it'll come to like be fruitful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I would never have I don't know why I would have an issue with that. I don't know why somebody would have an issue with that.
Yeah, I think that's the only right answer to that question. Like, I mean, like if you've been stripped of your history, then of course, then that's your right, and even your mission is to, like the word romanticize. I don't know if that like kind of insinuate that you're kind of like overdoing it, but I don't think you can like overdo this type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's your right to be adamant about knowing your history. So
when I say romanticize, because I did formulate the question, what I do mean that what you said, Marcus, and also because one pushback I'll even give to the argument I made is when you're learning more about Africanness or those parts of Africa that you want to get into, what Anglo-Christian colonialism did was take a continent and water it down to one idea, as if there isn't diversity amongst an entire continent.
Right.
How people are in Mali is not how they are in Zimbabwe. It's not how they are in South Africa. It's not how they are in Morocco.
Yeah.
And
the whole thing where a lot of people who just like are kind of oblivious about it all, like I think Africa is a country.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we ran into that a lot. I think when we were in school, like hearing people say stuff like that.
Yeah, for me, every time someone
that specifically,
like for me, and Black people do this a lot, and like people will say, "I'm eating some African food." Now, like from where though? Like what specifically? What are you talking about? Because like you said, you know, food that you eat in Morocco ain't gonna be the same food that you eat in Kenya. It's not. Right. It's not gonna be the same.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a shit ton of like French food also in Morocco.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a lot of them speak French, so who knows what you find.
and then the thing is, because beyond the actual how should I say, like original cultures of these areas, you also have all the colonial input that's happened over the last couple centuries, where you know you got French input around. Say it again.
I'm just saying, like it's fused in. The culture.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you got all of these French parts, you got Spanish parts, you got Indian parts, you got Chinese parts. Like there's China is doing numbers on a number of parts, a few parts of the continent.
Very
so
true.
You got you got plenty of colonialism that also feeds into it now, and people trying to hold on to it. I had a pink woman in South Africa argue with me to tell me how she was more African than me, and I was like, "Bitch, what are you?" and
because, so what was her argument though? I would like to hear her argument.
Because she was born and raised in South Africa, and I was like, "Yo, Dutch ass, murderous ass ancestors don't make you more African."
Well, yeah, to me, that sounds like because she was like, that's a question of like identity. Like, all right, well, just because I'm born here, I'm more African than anybody else. That sounds like an identity thing for her. Yeah,
that's like me saying I'm more. That's like me saying I'm more Native, I guess, than a Native American. It's like, not really,
not really. No.
And I don't know if Native is the right word. I'm more like whatever tribe that was living in Northwest Indiana.
Yeah,
you know, I'm more of that.
Potawatomi or something.
Yeah, I'm more of that than you. Like, no, that's not true. Just because I live on Ash Place, that don't mean nothing. But, so for me, since I got to make it known, I actually posed the original question in this, and that actually came from. So there's this person that I've worked with photography wise, a few months ago, and she's Japanese and Mexican, and me.
Sound like a
let me stop before somebody gets on me about fetishizing.
Damn, you can't do nothing.
So, and this is where the conversation. This is where the thought came from. One day, me and I never know whether to say her name or my wife, because I always say Kirsten, but I notice y'all always say partner, or I don't know what to say. So
it's all good. It's informal, man.
But
you can do what you want to.
Yeah, I just know what's proper when it comes to.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know either.
It really just has to do with your privacy level.
Yeah. Okay.
And now,
she don't even really go by that name like that anyway. But anyway, so
true.
Kirsten, we were talking about this. She knows of her because she worked with me on the shoot. So we both know of this person, and we found it very interesting that she broadcast her Asianness. It's like very out there for you to see, but her Mexican side kind of takes the back seat, and you never, she doesn't really put it out there. And we always thought that was very interesting. It's 100% her right. Do what you want to do. But it was like, it's like she wants everyone to know that she's Japanese, but the Mexican part is kind of like, it's not there. And it feels like she's trying to sell an image. And that's where like the question came from. I'm like, can you appropriate your own culture? Like, can you, because you do, like, we all know that there's like a certain corner of the world that essentially fantasizes Japanese culture. And that's just a thing. And like, for me, it feels like she's trying to sell that to her followers that fit into that. And that's just what it feels like, because if you see the post, it's kind of like, it just kind of feels weird. I think I've said this before when we were talking about appropriation. I was like, for me, I honestly, I can't even pinpoint it in words what it means, but you just feel it. It just feels like, it just feels off. And that's how it feels to me in this person. But, and that's where that question came from. And like I said, I don't know if appropriation is even the right word, but it kind of feels like, it feels like she's kind of exploiting a part of herself for essentially validation on Instagram. That's what it feels like. So I guess maybe that's the better.
Yeah, question. I would say exploitation would make more sense in that scenario as far as opposed to appropriation. But because she is taking it, it sounds like, I don't know, she's taking advantage of how the culture is looked at in this way toward this part of herself that probably has a higher marketability. Can I ask a follow-up question? Is it geared toward Japanese culture or anime culture, or both?
It's not anime. She doesn't really, but definitely Japanese though.
Okay. I only say that because I know like how big anime culture is, and like all the people being called weebs, otakus, waifus, and all that kind of stuff.
She even calls herself that. I forgot which one of those terms you use, but one of those terms you use, she uses a waifu? That like, yeah, like isn't it like half Japanese, right?
No. Waifu is usually like a girl character that incites like lustful feelings toward people from people.
Okay, well, yeah, she refers to herself as that, and like, yeah. So that kind of adds to it, I guess. I didn't even know that's what it meant, but so I could
be saying the wrong thing. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but to my knowledge, anytime I see female anime characters that get referred to as waifus, it's usually because they're probably some little girl that's being romanticized and fetishized. That they're like, oh yeah, Oni-chan is my waifu, and it's like it's a way to kind of say it without being creepy, because you're like, that cartoon character is 14 years old, and so
they do have a lot of words that we don't even have, like a lot of different languages have specific
words we don't have definitions
have for. Specific words that mean something that we just don't have in our vocabulary. I think that's kind of crazy. But
yeah, but I do. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My bad.
No, but I do want to talk about like the African portion, because that's kind of where the conversation went. So I do want to talk about that.
Jump in there.
I do agree that I'm gonna say this. I don't think there's anything wrong with you, like you said, like trying to find something to latch onto. Because like I said, we don't necessarily have that privilege to know exactly. Well, some people know, exactly where they come from, and that's great. But the people that haven't done the 23andMe, which I still believe that we should get that for free, personally. But
here's the thing, though. 23andMe still can't necessarily trace you. It can tell you what area of Africa they think you might be in, and that shit is the worst of their statistics. Like, for if you just tell me like I'm 23% sub-Saharan African, that's still a large. The problem region.
Is they need more. They need a lot of people to do it, to do the test in order for it to be accurate. So,
yeah.
And I still don't trust that shit, that they not selling that shit to pharmaceutical companies or whatever. Or what was it that one episode of Black Mirror where they were using it to either trace down and kill everybody or make clones or something like that. I don't know. I just don't trust the government with my DNA like that, even though I'm sure I'm not going to give it to them willingly.
Yeah, you busted out nuts, bro. They got you. They got that DNA.
Like, do I think they don't have it? No.
That'd be crazy. What if that was? That sounds like a good movie, though. Like, what if the government put out women like cyborgs or something, where their whole purpose was to collect the DNA of men, so you would have sex with them, and they would store the DNA and take them back and then they created this like something.
Damn.
Super race.
That'd be crazy.
Damn.
Yeah. Call the movie Sperm Bank.
Yeah, I was like,
you gotta jot that one down.
Yeah. All the guys who walk around with lockboxes.
Mark the date. So when this movie comes out, you can see.
Gotta get the rock up.
Because Dwayne can do anything, apparently.
Jump from skyscrapers and everything.
Yo, that skyscraper poster is the most infuriating thing.
Yo,
because it just.
Yeah, that was crazy. Adam, wasn't it you who posted that thing where like Tom Cruise actually did that one stunt on the fucking?
Yeah, he was hanging from the plane.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's incredible. That's incredible.
Well, most of them.
Yeah, I didn't know he did that one though. I thought that was like, okay, he's not really hanging from a plane, but
dude,
no, he actually was.
That's
like one of Mission Impossibles, right?
Yeah, I think it was the last one was. I guess there's a scene where there's a plane taking off, and he like somehow gets on it on like the door, and the plane is taking off, and he's on the plane just holding onto it.
Yeah,
and I guess he really did that. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. That's no magnets, nothing.
Yeah.
It's just
now I'm sure there's a harness and all that, that you don't see, but still, it don't matter. Like
that's crazy, bro.
Planes are
risking that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, yo.
Yeah.
Marcus, you took it out of my mouth. I was about to say, yo, quick side note, who's better stuntman? Tom Cruise or Jackie Chan? I'm going Jackie Chan.
Yeah, I think Tom is impressive that Tom Cruise does his own things, but he's not acrobatically doing things like Jackie Chan,
Not at all.
Like, I always think about the thing about Jackie Chan. I always think about that one scene in Rush Hour 2. I think it's Rush Hour 2 when they're in that casino, and he jumps and slides through that little rectangle. Like there's like a desk where you go cash your chips in, and he jumps through it. Like that scene always, but I never forget that scene for some reason because at the end of the movie they show the
I know
what you're talking about. And they showed him getting stuck or whatever. And I'm like, how did he not get stuck?
He like runs up the wall
because like such a small space.
Little slot.
And he was doing it even when he was older too, man. He was still It's impressive, man.
I don't know if y'all saw this one video where he was getting honored for something, and his original stunt crew came to like show him love. And he like started hugging all of them and crying because it was like the one he got most of his like building his career movies done with was his original stunt crew.
Oh, nice.
I see that.
And there was another thing too. I don't know why I have all this like Jackie Chan knowledge. Where he had a hidden apartment in some random building in China where he had like a hidden apartment. like behind the restaurant, and it was like solid globe plating throughout the apartment. Like it was completely decked out.
Damn.
Like I'm sure if you just like YouTube Jackie Chan hidden apartment or hidden condo or something like that, I'm sure it'll come up. But it's like gorgeous situation that he had going on.
Yeah. Right.
But back into the original subject. Aaron, Marcus, thoughts?
Well, like, yeah, I already said that I definitely agree. Like, I wouldn't see why somebody would have such a issue with somebody at least being curious.
Yeah.
And like, just, you know, now I am also at the same time, like crazy. I have a shirt that says self-discovery is cool, but I genuinely am not, I don't care personally to do the 23andMe or like find out anything about my Black or white culture. Like answers, I just don't, I'm not motivated to do it. I don't know. Perhaps I could, it's not to say that I couldn't find value in it if I like went down the lineage and like met family members who knew somebody and had, you know, had things in a keepsake from who knows when. Could it be beneficial? Yeah, I just never personally have been, had much of a desire to do it. So maybe I'm not the best to speak on it, but just in general, like for practical reasons, I would never have an issue with somebody else being curious, especially given like the circumstances for African Americans. Like it's hard to argue that. And I don't know what somebody's argument would be, even if it was like they're romanticizing and like in whatever way. It's like, well, that could lead to something more genuine. Like that who's to say it didn't come out of like them feeling some void and wanting to appreciating and finding value in gaining more information about their lineage. You know, that's a hard one to me to argue against. But I just, I've never Black or white, never really been had much of a desire to do so, really. You know, like I have family members for sure who introduced me into the 23andMe and who were like asking questions. And I had a really good time meeting one of my grandmother's relatives while I was in Germany. And that was like really nice. Yeah, it was like really cool. She's very, very sweet. But I don't know. It just never really, I was never struck by that bug. I was never really bitten by that bug. To do so. So I get it. Yeah. I'm trying to bring them back. So I get it. I get it for sure. And it'd be hard to like have an issue with that to me. But I just never really been motivated myself.
Yeah. Marco?
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much agree. Like the only way I could see if somebody had a problem with it is if you're trying to exploit that culture that you claim that you know, are trying to learn more about. You know, you just in some way. I mean,
I have a quick question about that, Marco, really quick. Well, I guess for everybody, but just because you brought that up, I wonder, do you think in the act of trying to learn more, you could unintentionally exploit it?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know a necessary scenario, but I'm sure that has happened or could happen.
I just think people can tell if you're being genuine or not.
Yeah.
And it's like, why, you know, just go somewhere and learn it first, and then get the knowledge, and then actually instead of exploiting, then you are respecting it also, you know. Instead of that, I think it's disrespectful to like take something that you don't know about and make money off it without showing at least that you've done the knowledge on it first.
Right. Okay. And that, go ahead, Mark.
So I guess I'm wondering at what point, like, what's the standard on, okay, it's officially been exploited, and like, is it when everybody sees it and you're making enough money, so it's like, all right, now this is exploitation? as opposed to things that are happening that we don't even know about? Maybe
it's because it's usually a thing of, if you are making money off of it, but none of that money or resources or like attention goes to its source.
Yeah, awareness.
Awareness, because it's take for example, and we can even segue into this. It may bring more out of the conversation too. Another meme was made from a tweet actually, and it said, "Can we normalize calling Beyonce Mama Africa?" Because of the current film that she has out with Disney Plus, Black is King, that has a lot of African imagery from across the how should I say, from across a couple either spiritual practices, across a couple regions. And what I don't know is, one, I have not watched it. Two, I did not look at the credits, so I do not know that. I do not know who her production team was, as far as choreographers, as far as set designers, as far as costume designers. I don't know. All I know is Beyonce herself is not born on the continent. She is not from the continent. She did not grow up in the continent in any kind of way. And so calling her Mother Africa is very disrespectful.
Yeah, even if she had all those credentials, I don't know if I would still call her Mama Africa. Like I'm only calling the land of Africa Mama Africa. I'm only calling the land.
I agree.
No,
because people put Beyonce on this pedestal, yada yada yada. By all means, do what you do. If we love people, yada yada yada. But I think it's a big thing where the face of something gets to take control of it, but the sources of it don't get acknowledged. The influences don't get acknowledged, and even more than acknowledged might not get their the resources and the finances, etc., that come from showing off that pit of the culture.
Yeah, I think that I think one of the biggest questions for me would be, if that was a thing, how much she's buying into it. I think that's a big question. If she wasn't if she would actually buy into it.
I was about to say, if that is a title, I don't think that she would be anywhere even. How are you equipped to be Mama Africa?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not from Africa.
Exactly. I'm just saying, in regards to exploitation, it's a lot of it to me would be how much she actually buys into it would tell whether she exploits it or not. Or it would give me an insight on maybe someone's intentions if they're buying into all this shit. And it's hey, I could actually utilize this for whatever. You know,
I mean,
as opposed to being man, this shit is crazy, but thanks y'all, but this is wild.
If I've learned anything about Beyonce in the past 30 years of barely listening to her, and I'm not saying that to diss Beyonce. By all means, she's
no. It was just funny. I'm just saying I laugh because I feel the same way.
I feel you. I'm disclaimers and prefaces all day. Beyonce does not ever speak for Beyonce. Beyonce's fans do all of the speaking for her.
That's true.
And she says less every time. I feel you can't argue with most of the stuff that she say. She says it so eloquently, but I mean, when you at that level of superstar, they rarely gonna say something that's gonna be controversial.
Mm-hmm.
And especially at this stage in her career, people already honor her God level.
Yeah. All right, I've been waiting for this part of the conversation. So I've had issues with Beyonce forever. I think that she makes the music that she makes is very consumable to people because they like the music, and that's fine. But her music, in my opinion, is not. It doesn't feel. What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't feel authentic. Even if you go back to the Destiny's Child days, like it was like if her music always felt like music that at that point, music that they thought people wanted to hear, not music they necessarily wanted to put out. Because if you listen to their old music, like what's the song? Oh, like Bills, whatever. Talking about can you pay my bills and blah blah blah. It was like it was very like sassy, and like a lot of their music was kind of like that because girls want to hear it. They want to hear, and it's just it's also very, especially back then. It was very contradictory because they'll make a song called "Can You Pay My Bills," and then turn around and make a song called "Independent Woman." So I'm like, it's never felt. So, like, what's your message? Because you're saying on one hand to pay my bills, and then on another hand you're saying independent women.
Yeah.
So it just felt like
life is about casting a wide net, you know.
I guess. And let's fast forward.
You hit those target audiences. You got to hit everybody.
And then let's fast forward to like the Mystic Beyonce, or whatever. It's like I felt like when she was talking about like the formation stuff. First of all, it kind of felt cheesy to me, but that's another. That felt cheesy. But also, this came at a time, and maybe this was just her expressing herself. I don't know. But this is also at a time when like police violence has always been a thing, but this came at a time when like it was really like front and center country, you know. And she was like, "I'm gonna do this pro-black stuff because it sells." That's what it felt like. I don't know if that was. That I'm not sure if that's where her heart was. Like, I'm gonna put this out there because it sells, or I'm gonna put this out there because this is how I feel. I couldn't tell, but it seems like whenever there's an opportunity for Beyonce to profit, she makes something that coincides with the times, and it doesn't feel, to me, that doesn't scream authenticity. Whatever the word, I can't say the word. It doesn't. Authenticity. Yeah, it doesn't come off that way to me. The only thing that honestly felt like that was when she made Lemonade, because that was the personal thing, and it was Jay-Z cheating and all that stuff. That felt authentic to me because it was her experience. And even if you think back to like go back to her older songs when she was talking about like, you know, everything in the box to the left. You know, I can find another you and all that stuff. I'm like, but you're with Jay-Z. So what experience is this off of? It just felt like she's always made music that people wanted to hear, not music that she wasn't speaking from experiences, or so it didn't feel like she was speaking. Maybe she was, but it never felt like she was speaking from Beyonce. And I felt like, and then fast forward to the Lion King thing. It's like, who are you to like take Lion King, like this classic thing, and then just make your own thing? Like what? I
got to concur with you on that. When they let out the casting, I went, so are we just gonna act like Beyonce is not the worst black part of this casting list?
Yeah,
because last time I checked, Beyonce can't act worth shit.
Yeah,
and everyone agrees that Beyonce can't act worth shit.
Correct.
So that was the first offense. Yeah. And then you had the unmitigated gall to make your own album to sell in addition to the score.
Yeah, and like I said, she used Lion King. Like she always uses something to further. She's an opportunist. Like she used Lion King and the fact that
that's business.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. But
commercialism.
With that being said, that's why I can't appreciate. I don't appreciate her art because it feels like business. It doesn't feel like art to me. It feels very fake.
And
that's that.
I'm gonna pose this thing, and this is not me being like a hardcore like woman's speaking from a perspective that isn't from. This is a perspective that is not mine, but I've heard it often. Is it possible that you feel these ways because it wasn't made for you?
Probably. I would be honest and say, yeah, I think that's definitely the case.
And so with that, is it because this is when semantics come into play. Is it a thing of it doesn't feel authentic to you? Is it a thing to mischaracterize it as inauthentic when it wasn't made for you in the first place?
I would say yes, but then also the fact that it wasn't made for me, I feel like, maybe I'm saying that because it's me, but I feel like that also makes me more neutral to speak about it. Because because it's not made for me, I can sit back and see the foolery that it is. Like, y'all don't see how fake this is? Like, y'all don't see this? Like, but I'm only speaking this openly. I'm only speaking this openly about Beyonce because I know we don't have like 100,000 listeners. So I can be, someday they go, like you sent me that blackmail the other day. Someday somebody go cut this out. Move this, man.
Yeah, you see us hang that foreclosure sign. Pretty quick after.
And I mean, this is all spoken objectively. It's not. I mean, this is all spoken subjectively. I'd never know the correct which one to say of those, but I think it could easily be a thing of, yes, it isn't made for us and all of that. Because you're saying that Formation felt inauthentic because it was an opportunistic thing. She was about to play the Super Bowl. There's police violence stuff happening. This is probably the beginning of the whole Kaepernick situation. Yeah. This is an opportunity for her to jump on this. But then I'm sure some Beyonce fan, not saying it's me, it's just because the song was on a lot and I'm a fucking dancer, so can't avoid it. The lyric in there, y'all, this how you know I don't know because I don't really know this lyric. Something, y'all acting crazy with that Illuminati mess. Addressing how tabloids and whatnot have been saying that Jay-Z and Beyonce are part of the Illuminati for a good decade. That is personal to her. Yeah. And talking about how she likes her man with that Jackson 5 nose or something like that. And, defending her husband that the culture has been calling ugly forever. Yeah. And like those are personable things to her that are in the song. So is it not just as personal as Lemonade if she's bringing up these very personal things about her?
I don't know, man. Wow. I don't know. I'm gonna cop out. I don't know.
I'm like I said, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but I'm like,
yes, good point.
No, it's true. It's a good point, and I'm just gonna cop out and say, I don't know, man, and just be like,
but I do like I was saying, like Adam went in on Beyonce specifically. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, I mean, to tell the truth, I'm not a big Beyonce person either, and I don't think
any of us are. But
I like one song.
I talk about this all the time. It's funny that Adam is ranting about it, but I have this conversation too. But the reason I agree with him though is I never really felt like Beyonce was a true artist that. First of all, she don't write all her music, which is understandable.
I was about to say that.
She's a performer.
Get to that level.
Fantastic.
Right.
She's not an artist. I'm sorry.
Performer, right. So I think she will go down as one of the better performers. Yes. And but I never looked at her as a true artist.
And so I'm gonna fight back a little on that, not to defend Beyonce, but to defend semantics. Because to say they're a great performer and not a great artist, as if performance is not art within itself.
If
she's a great performance
artist. Right.
There you go. Right. There you go.
In the category,
okay, let's say this. She
musician, opposed to
that's better.
A stage performer.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
I agree.
I think that's
I
think
you're right.
But for example, I think Beyonce. I think if Beyonce had a Broadway, if she had a what's the word, not agency, when someone's in Vegas for 2 months doing a show, what's that called?
A residency.
Residency.
Yeah. So if she had something like that and that was her whole career and she was just doing these humongous productions she would.
Mhm.
I mean, I feel like that's her lane. But as far as just, I feel like as a recording artist, you know, it's like, it just doesn't do it for me. Because like I said, it's just all over the place. Like, and I'm not saying you can't have a wide range of stuff. I think Tupac was hypocritical and his stuff. It's like his stuff was all over the place. He was talking about I Get Around in one song, and then talking about, you know, black women, queen. Like, which is it, dude? Like, come on.
He was more convincing.
Honestly,
yeah. Yeah.
I feel like to some degree, at some point, it's hard not to be hypocritical, though.
That's true, because people do grow.
Like,
and they,
you
know.
Yeah, and like you might feel one way one time, and then you feel another way another time. You know what I'm saying?
It just makes it harder to defend. It's hard. It makes it harder to defend when it's on a record, though. It's like, oh, you said this though. Second verse, you said it.
Yeah, no, that's true. And like just in regards to the feeling like her opportunistic nature. I agree, and I feel like that's where commercialism and like the business meets art, where it's number one, it's going to be really tough for anybody to put out something that's about that particular time and probably make money off of it and not have people question like, man, were you trying to do that just to get some, just because it made sense right now? Like, it's going to be hard to really know if they were inspired by it, and then also appreciated and understood there's a business to it. I think that's a really tough balance.
Yeah, I think
to have, and really come off still authentic.
Like when you get that big and you've been in the game so long, it's like another thing to it. Like, you struggle to come up with the content. Like, you gotta kind of talk about whatever they say. Like Kanye, like you gotta kind of talk about what you're going through currently, because I mean, if your content is still the same as way back then, it's like, okay, now, like, we want to know some personal things, or like, what do you go through? Like,
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Okay, that's a good point. So with that being said, I don't think there's anything wrong with talking about what's current, and that's art has always done that. Art shows us essentially what is going on. Because if you look at, if you listen to music, from really a good example is the ice cream theme song, whatever. And if you look at when that song came out, that was a perfect description of what the times were. Like, so,
wait, which song are we talking about?
Nigga gave a watermelon.
Yeah, nigger love a watermelon. That the
nigga love a watermelon.
So like the theme song, the theme song of the ice cream truck, like what's it? Whatever the theme song of the ice cream truck that goes around all the time. The original song is a legitimate song called "Nigger Love a Watermelon," and they took.
I had no idea. Wow.
They took the melody from that and made it the ice cream song, which is cruel, but.
Dude, I had no fucking clue all this time.
And that song came out, I don't know when it came out, but maybe 20s, 30s, maybe even 10s. I don't know, but that
is one of the best examples of rebranding ever.
Yeah, since the swastika.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. I would really I would really have to question and ask, like, whose inspiration was that?
Like, for which one?
Why that song in particular do you want to use for a fucking ice cream truck to have little kids chasing the fucking truck? I don't like to bring excitement to people. Why that one? I don't understand.
Very poetic.
Damn,
to say the least.
That's crazy to think about.
But I didn't even finish the point. The point I was saying was like, I'm not opposed to people taking a current thing and making art from that. It's just like, for me and Beyonce, it just never felt right. It's just, and that's okay. Like, you don't have to like everything that's popular, and that's okay. And I'm trying to tell myself it's okay not to like Beyonce. But like, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to make it sound like I'm on here just hating Beyonce just to hate her. It's like, I'm just saying that I'm not a fan.
No, it's your experience.
And however, I do think she's, without a doubt, one of the best entertainers that since, I don't know, somebody that was
Michael
really
Jackson
in the 90s. Yeah. She's up there. She's going to go down as top 10 for sure. So,
oh yeah, top 5 probably.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I have similar feelings where I don't particularly care for Beyonce. I'll never go out of my way. I've never gone on my way to listen to it, with the exception of, what the fuck is the name of that song? It's a song where like she's like crying to her man about cheating on her, and that song is fantastic because it sounds like the end of a musical. Pretty much what she wanted to be at the end of Dreamgirls, but wasn't. But beyond that, it's not what made for me. And by all means, be over there. I do hate that argument about Michael versus Beyonce. That's stupid to me. But
I think it's like the Drake conversation. Like, do people, the one where he doesn't write his music, so like people think he's like the greatest ever, but he's kind of just like a good performer. He's kind of like the male Beyonce to me.
Yeah, and I don't know that Drake is a good stage performer, but I will say whoever Drake has on his team, whatever, I think they're good at making hits. Because like I'm not gonna say I'm a Drake fan, but I wouldn't say I don't dislike Drake though. But I'm not a Drake fan, if that makes sense.
I'm just saying, like, in terms of how big he is and just like his overall presence in music, I don't know about his performing per se, but I'm more so mean like his technical ability. Like you could tell he is talented, but
yes,
as an artist, like I don't really think he's there. Like similarly to Beyonce,
I think he is a pop artist. I think he's he's a pop artist in a rap artist's body, essentially, because they whatever him and his team does, they know the perfect formula to making a hit. Like whatever that is, because he makes hit after hit. Like there are songs that he will put out that I didn't even know was a hit, and I'll hear like 3 years later, and like, oh, he got a new song out, and Kirsten's like, no, it came out like 3 years ago. And apparently it was a gigantic hit. So it's like there's hits out there I don't even know what he makes.
It's like at this point, like it's like his camp, like most of his hits probably can be contributed to other people, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's similar to Beyonce in that way. Like once you get that big, like you got unlimited resources basically.
Yeah.
The issue that you go ahead, Aaron.
I was gonna say, I think part of it, at least with the whole Beyonce thing too, is like what could sound a little less, could sound a bit inauthentic is like one, when you're not writing your own music, it could feel less personal, obviously, to you. And like, I'm thinking of like certain artists, like Marshall, who came out and was like super personal from the very beginning and transparent. It felt more personal. When other people do that, I feel like it seems like, okay, that feels more authentic. Like they're talking about their life for real. As opposed to like, to me, which is why I agree with you, Adam. It did feel like a bunch of people were writing her songs. I mean, it was a fact, but like, it didn't feel personal. When it's personal, it feels like, okay, this person feels a little more authentic, and you can kind of relate more, as opposed to, all right, she's hitting every single audience member. She has a song for every single audience member to make sure they all agree. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn.
And for me, I need to say this. I'm not opposed to people not writing their own music, because if you look back at all the Motown artists and all that, they didn't write their own music.
Yeah.
But
Smokey was writing most of it.
Yeah. I think it's important though that you choose the right song though. Because if you just accept any and everything from everybody just to put the album out, you're gonna get accused of not being authentic. So like you have to find the music that, like, first of all, you have to figure out who you are as an artist. I think this is right. I'm not like an A&R or anything, but I think you should discover who you are as an artist. And then from there, like, and if you're not writing your own music, like, okay, well, what what is me, and then you go from there. But if you just accept anything, oh, this sounds good, that sounds good, let's put it on there. Then that's when you start, your music starts sounding like it's not cohesive.
Instead of like what resonates with you.
Yeah, I feel y'all on all of that. I figured out the name of that song was Resentment.
I think I've heard of that.
That song is good, man.
It came out when we were in like high school. But I don't know. I think that she's a great performer. I think that she's a decent vocalist and all of that. I do have my own personal artistic gripes with her, that she has a history of stealing choreography. And my bigger thing, to tie on to what Marcus was saying earlier, is I wouldn't have an issue with how big she makes everything if she made sure to make sure that everybody who contributed also got they just due. Now, I don't know that I don't fully know the inner workings of that, but I do know because she's the face of everything, she ends up being on the forefront. But like I told you, I don't know who did the costume design for Black is King. I don't know who did the choreography. I might know one person who did some choreography, but it's because I already follow them on Instagram. But beyond a credit at the end of the shit, are you really making sure that those people get put on a higher platform, that they're getting more opportunities, that more resources are being allowed to them? Like, what are those things that's being worked into? I know that she has all of her philanthropy. I know her and Jay be giving to colleges and all of that is great. I'm not putting only gripe I particularly have is her stealing choreography. And that's because I'm a choreographer and that shit is whack. I'm glad that she's hiring more choreographers to make work in the now, but that is a part of her past. So I don't really have much beyond that to say. You know, Beyonce is cool. Resentment is a bop, as the kids like to say. It's really not. It's like a very like gut-wrenching song. But
it's more of a vibe than a bop.
Oh yeah, a bop. Let me tell you how much I hate that phrase. I think the "it's a vibe" has become like my most hated phrase of today's culture, only because so much music that the kids love is so fucking monotonous. And I'm like, everything can't be a vibe. You need variance, people. Highs, lows.
Which type of vibe?
I think I'm going with "It's Lit" for 5,000. I'm over with.
Yeah, I think that one kind of faded a little bit though. I haven't really heard that in 20.
You know what I used to hate? I used to hate swag. Swag was the literal worst.
Yeah.
Swag lasted too long. They were saying swagger.
Jack.
So did y'all like that Swagger Like Us song? With who was in that? Lil Wayne, T.I.,
Jay-Z.
Everybody.
I like Jay-Z's verse. But
I kind of like
that's about it though.
Yeah. So as a sign off, say what if you could pick one slang term to bring back, what would it be?
Ooh.
Tight. That's tight.
Tight.
That's the first thing that came to mind. So.
Dang, man. That's the one I was probably gonna go for.
Yeah. Fresh? Do we say fresh?
I think it's fresh, actually.
Yeah. I know one slang term that was funny that I never understood it, but flicking.
Oh yeah, that's the one that needs to come.
Flicking.
Oh, damn! Starter jackets.
Flicking did not have long enough of a period.
Yeah,
what you got?
Flicking.
Man, I was about to say tight. Shit. That was probably the one that I used the most, to be honest. Yeah. I'm gonna have to just piggyback off of Adam and pause, and then it was just a good time to say it. I'm sorry, man. It was a funny time to say it.
Never a good time to say
it. Dude, I used to say that shit is tight all the time. I was like, oh, every time I play Killer Instinct Gold on the 64, this game is so tight.
Oh shit, I lost it.
They need to bring back Solid.
Yo, I still say Solid.
I say it occasionally.
Like as an affirmation, like, oh yeah, we're gonna meet up at 6. Solid.
I say that's pretty solid.
Like a few times a year.
I definitely say fresh.
Solid.
A lot.
Oh.
Or I say cold-blooded. I used to say, man, that's cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded.
That's I feel like Spice Adams would say that. Speaking of all this slang stuff, have you ever heard the song Ebonics by Big L?
Which album was that on? Do you know?
Well, it wasn't really on an album. It was kind of like, well, he only had one official album, but
The Lifestyles of the Poor and Dangerous?
Yeah, it wasn't on that. It was on the next thing, which I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was called, but anyway, he just, the whole song is him going through a bunch of New York slang terms and what they mean, which doesn't sound interesting, but it's kind of cool.
I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, that guy's cold-blooded for sure. He's real. I listened to that album back in like 2011, 2012, The Lifestyles of Poor and Dangerous, I think. And that shit, that's when I was like, all right, he needs to be in every single conversation in regards to like the greatest of all time. He's not in like enough of the Biggie and Pac and all of that shit.
Yeah. His only downfall is again, it's kind of like with Biggie, was he didn't have enough material. Because like he only really came out with one full album, one studio album. Everything else is like kind of like compilations of like kind of stuff that was recorded but never put on anything. Mm-hmm. But he's one of those artists where his music definitely would not have aged appropriately as far as political correctness. There's some stuff in there like, that's rough.
Yeah, he definitely would have had to get some PR.
Oh, there's another one for the books, y'all. It's another one for the books. We want to thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you to our thousands upon thousands of listeners.
We got a gang of emails to read.
Man, someday we're going to get through all these emails. Y'all like trying to balance it with work. Oh, man, if you enjoyed this, if you didn't enjoy it, if you like it, if you loved it, if you hate it, if you got something that you want us to say, if you think that we talked about something but didn't get into it enough, please write us at InforMILLYHonestPodcast@gmail.com. If you're watching this or listening to this, you probably already know how to spell it, but just in case, INFORMILLY honestpodcast@gmail.com. We spell it with the Millie because we from Miller bitches, right? Call back in case you ain't catch that. Right, all right.
Way to bring it full circle.
Guys, you got anything you want to say before we get off?
Man, I know.
I'm gonna say stay safe. Stay vigilant. This thing ain't over. So yeah, stay safe.
Mine would be we ain't going nowhere, so you should get to know us. We ain't going nowhere.
Hey man. For real, man. No, I want to apologize for my absence last presentation.
Man, we miss you, dog.
Love y'all, man.
Yeah. I hope they can see how much we like doing this, man. How like fun this shit is, yo. I feel grateful that we not only that we found something, but that we found something that like we all actually enjoy. Like it's not hard to do. Mm-hmm. I hope it resonates with folks, man. For real.
For sure.
It is resonating with people. You know, the granted, like we said, the numbers are high, but
they could be higher.
They could be higher. They could always be higher. It is resonating with people that we either already had relationships with that are glad to see these sides of us, or people that didn't really know us and are glad to tune in. I'm just glad that I saw. Shout out to Shalita Miller, who is a former Emersonian, as we are. She wrote into some group on Facebook that was like, hey, these cats from Gary are talking about non-monogamy and polygamy, in which we weren't, but we weren't talking about polygamy, but we were talking about the subject matter of non-monogamy, and it started like a group chat over in some Facebook group that I couldn't even tune into the whole conversation because I'm not a part of the group. But I was like, yo, that's the whole thing. We're trying to get people to talk to each other and get people to open themselves up to these conversations. And so
join the conversation.
Join the conversation. Hashtag motherfucker.
All the conversations. Not that one in particular.
Yes. I'm not. No. We're bigger than that, but yes. I want to give a shout out to BlurdDotRadio, who had me on the podcast this past Sunday. And so I was happy to shout out this podcast on there. And so if y'all tuned, if you hear because you listen to us, listen to me on BlurdDot, welcome. Glad to have you. And I want to give a big condolences to Beirut and because that shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And condolences to those families. Really hope that those people are the people who lost loved ones in it. Deepest condolences to you, and hope that those of you who survived the explosion are in better health in the immediate future. And yeah, that shit is wild. As Adam said, stay vigilant. Just because your timeline went back to normal and the NBA is now in the Disney bubble does not mean that anything is fucking changed. Breonna Taylor's killers are still loose, and the criminal justice system still hates people of color and Black and Indigenous people as well. And so we want to thank y'all again for listening. We appreciate you. We love you. We are 4 brothers, different mothers, and pappies, last time I checked, that pride ourselves on having candid and open and challenging and hilarious conversations rooted in being forthright, vulnerable, and most of motherfucking honest. Peace.
And that's facts for that ass.
What does that mean?
Love.
Man, thanks, y'all. Peace. And
White Jesus, white horses, dead rappers, strange forces. Ooh, there's something in the water. Nina said fruit, but the tree needs an audit. White Jesus, white horses, dead rappers, strange forces. Ooh, there's something in the water. Nina said the fruit, but the tree needs an audit. Next thing you know, knock free Jeezy off his soapbox, knock the melanin out the both sides. Christ came knocking, want a nigga soul, won't stop him. Devil on the boat, keep rocking. Capsize, capsize, send the devil back to the Wild West Side. Capsize, capsize, send the devil back to the Wild West Side. Yeah, pepper in the stew, put heat in my toes. Hope the grandkids reap what I sow, cause they shit is so cold. Shit is so cold. Shit is so cold. Shit is so cold. Pepper in the stew, put heat in my toes. Hope the grandkids reap what I sow, cause they shit is so cold. Shit is so cold. Shit is so cold. Shit is so cold.
Tea time.
Don't need a hero, need go hard. Couple racks on my niggas might go hard. Put the hood on top with a gold bar. Mama get a house, daddy get a car. We don't need a hero, need go hard. Couple racks on my niggas might go hard. Put the hood on top with a gold bar. Mama get a house, daddy get a car.
Mr. Montgomery summoned me to take a couple takes on a snake. Feds in the high grasses, no plates and oversized glasses. Head asses, taxing, just establishing a back, and the other half unabashed. Posing in the shiki like the theater needs an undergrad. Calling for a black square, calling for a thought. Prayers written on a paper for the derriere. Feel as if they barely care. 150K trying to see if they can score more. Every other week another rack on the floorboards. Tax on the house floor. Devil in the Senate seat. Do your job, stop trying to treat us like the enemy. You forgot my niggas got a long ass memory. You already made a couple long time enemies. Type of niggas never gave a fuck about the sentencing. Push them in they buck to the Bama seat.
Don't need a hero, need go hard. Couple racks on my niggas might go hard. Put the hood on top with a gold bar. Mama get a house, daddy get a car. We don't need a hero, need go hard. Couple racks on my niggas might go hard. Put the hood on top with a gold bar. Mama get a house, daddy get a car.
I don't need a friend, I need receipts. Put that new relief into my PayPal. 1% is kicking in Ibiza. President is acting like a Caesar. 1K just for a nigga to arrive. 2K, I'll pretend I'm loving all your lies. 3K in, haven't won a vote yet, but you did your fucking job, nigga. Where's my check? Where's my check? Yeah, my check. Yeah, my, yeah.
Got my niggas with a long ass memory. Already got some long time enemies. Type of niggas give a fuck about the sentencing. Push them hard, then they pop, then they pop. Got some niggas with some long ass memories. Already got some long time enemies. Push them hard, and they pop.
Can't breathe. Somebody help me. I can't breathe. They're gonna kill me. If you are the poor, you see me in red now, you lose all control. My people are dead now. With our fists in the air, we yell, Black Lives Matter. With your neonist snacky, I'm gone in a face. That life's shadow. No justice, no peace, no justice, no peace. Black bodies swinging from the poplar trees. Modern day lynchings got us down on one knee, praying with our fists in the air. We yell, Black Lives Matter. With your neonist neck, you're caught in a face. That light shadow. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, Oscar Grant, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland. I can't breathe. Somebody help me. I can't breathe. They're gonna kill me.
Spend my days moving place, 100 grand to wipe away silly things that strangers bring. Think before you speak my name. Time is what we're borrowing. The enemy we're up against. I was on the fence until I learned what it meant. Let it take roots, let it ferment. I worked on the proofs, equations for truth. I found quite a few. And only a handful came with a queen and a coupe. Only a handful came with a team and a roof. Only a handful came with a dream and a boast that'll get them out the house, toe tapping in the boots. Dreaming as I go, so I don't have the leaps to fall down. Dreaming as I go, so I won't even know when we drop out.
Dream of applause from the pause of a herd of people with problems from causes you've heard of. Similar thoughts spread around even when you renounced every possible person's help and have cursed to hell. Your position is worthy self. Built an inflatable island with the flag reminding I am not relatable. I'm a stubborn. Keep myself a distance. I'm consistent like the leaves turning golden brown and pouring down like flowing gowns. I look around, I don't see mine. Look around to keep my mind healthy. Yeah, I feed it right. Dreaming about taking rides. Figuring out where I'm at. Thinking I might ride, yeah. Thinking I might like that. Thinking I might ride all night. Yeah.
swear, motherfucker just fucked with me. I think it was my height, man. Probably because I was like 4'9", little dude in the area, 12 pounds, soaking crazy ass fucking wind facing east. Yo. Had a damn good year that year, great year. Even got to bounce to Amsterdam and have some good beer. How though? Young Al avoids the bullshit. The bullshit steps up to catch a full hit. Full hits, not even boasting weed smoke. They want no smoke, let alone a bad joke. Bad jokes get transformed to Bruce Clout. Think I'm playing, fuck around and find out. Smack so hard, thought I broke the 9 out. Slap so hard, broke down the hideout. Snatched all the goods that he could with quickness. Toss shit out the windows like, you don't need this. Doors popped open on some hide me. Car keys flying on some grimy. Homie's face looking like he kissed the beehive. And that's how Tampa trying to learn to drive. Yo, fuck around, find out. 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 Fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Hot damn, stomping, walking heavy, roll deep with a crew that's rocking steady. So we survey till we locate beverages and survey so we beat the averages. Shit was hitting and brothers was getting winning. All the homies picked a litter of kittens hitting and splitting. Now the last is Whitney and kicking everyone out. These mad dudes wanna fuck around and find out. Yes, they figure gang up on me. I was escorting fuckers out 3 by 3. One by one, they will size me up. Cell phone ring, so I'ma picking up. And word headed, I'ma get lumped the fuck up by these Trump motherfuckers. Gas pumped the fuck up. Weapon up, let her up, chucked by the keg. That's when I beat a whole crew with a chair leg. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Fuck around, find out. Fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out. Yo, fuck around, find out.
My name is Nick Alonzo, and I'm a filmmaker, and right behind me is a green screen. Now you're probably wondering, what exactly is a green screen? Now you're probably wondering, what does a green screen do? Now watch what happens when I snap my fingers.
Now this man wants to kill us.
Us?
Not you. Me. And your son.
Now before you start hating, ask yourself, be honest. Ain't I'm clean? No. You do realize that light-skinned hoe is a hoe.
Don't cuss, boy, now.
I didn't cuss. I said hoe.
Riley.
I don't see what the big deal is. Just saying hoe.
How's the reception now?
It's still snowy.
Cass, what's the signal velocity of the photons galvanizing against the screen right now?
Scanning. The speed of light.
Whoop! Wrong. Whoop! Whoop! I got it over here. Okay. Guess we're just going to have to reboot the system the old-fashioned way, ladies. What is this, Pandora? You invite me over to watch apartment wrestling and your poltergeist, robot, electronic equipment can't even find the signal?
You take that back.
Cass doesn't like being called a robot. It's offensive in her culture. It's just a joke, Cass. Lighten up.
Sarcasm, like God, is the coward's veil from reality.
What the fuck does that even mean? Is that robot sarcasm?
A limited, three-dimensional life form like yourself will never be certain.
Ooh, burn. Oh, sorry, I'm not a glass head full of organs.
You wish you were a glass head full of organs.
Alright guys, shut the fuck up. I need to concentrate. The signal we need is only a few light years away now. Cass, when the photons are done redshifting against the screen, can you open up a new quantum tunnel in the AUX core for me? What if Cass just predicted the wrong channel coordinates?
Are you doubting my fourth-dimensional readings of space-time, Bugita?
No. Your fourth-dimensional time-space readings are totally awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Bugita. I will continue to quantum tunnel the photons past the infinity threshold for your viewing pleasure.
Shouldn't say that to just anyone, you know. Getting sensitive about her coordinate predictions or something? Think of Cass as like a quantum compass. I thought she was a cosmic aura signal synthesizer or something. Same difference. I mean, look at this. For quantum tunneling through the AUX core, what allows the pole to simultaneously contract and dilate. So the images that we're seeing on the talkbox screen are the result of a bioengineered double slit experiment. Double slit experiment, you say? It's not that kind of experiment. Please, Pandora. Every experiment is that kind of experiment. What I'm trying to tell you, Bugita, is that I think your doubt is what's probably causing all the static interference in the AUX core. Huh?
You are radiating bad vibes.
Okay, jeez. Sorry, I'm such a buzzkill. Oh, I'm sorry, should I have just told you were being a buzzkill from the very beginning? It would have been faster.
Quantum tunnel complete.
What's inside Pandora's talk box? Do you dare look inside? Channels of every universe. Don't just think I'll be sitting pretty. Every time has a place, every place has a time. But when you're stranded in space, there's no longer a line between the eye and your mind, and the mind of your eye. This is our time, under our sun. This is our time to bust out the real gun. This is our time to waste no time at all. What's inside Pandora's talk box? Do you dare look inside?
Driscolls?
Chill out, please. 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 Chi Hi, thank you so much for coming tonight. I call my friend Lindsay, I show her all my stuff and I show her off my things, but she says she's not free tonight, so I just figured I'd see if you wanted to see some of my things and check it out. So, I have all red things mostly. Red is my favorite color. So I have a red dot. I can put this on anything that I think about. So red.
It's beautiful.
So then I got like a red kiss. When I need a hot red kiss, I have this instead.
It's beautiful.
So pillow. Sometimes I sit on it or put my head on it. I use it all the time.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I got a little red apple. Makes a really nice sound. So it's my favorite sound that it makes. This red apple.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so I mean, other than that, I got like this TV. Doesn't really work and it's not red, so I just have it as a thing to have, but it doesn't do anything.
It's still beautiful.
Little bell. That's pretty much all. That's pretty much all my stuff, though. So.
This photo was taken at nearly 4:30 on June 23rd, 1981, during the Tatherford family celebration of Tanya's first communion. At the point this image was snapped, Tanya, as well as the rest of the partygoers, were heavily under the influence of marijuana. She was 7 years old at the time. Her underage high was due to a mix-up by her mother Linda, who while baking the white with white communion cake, mistakenly used the ganja butter her husband, Peter R., had left over after baking pot-infused cookies to celebrate his younger brother Nicholas's most recent court acquittal. Linda blamed the mix-up on the fact that she was, and still is, yellow-green colorblind. Tanya and her dope-hungry friends consumed the cake within a matter of minutes, with the full effect hitting them during the opening of presents. She then went swinging in the front yard for a half an hour before sinking into a deep depression, spending the next day and a half in her room scrutinizing every decision she had made in her life up to that point. Upon picking up her child from the post-communion festivities, Mrs. Catherine Ness noticed that her Sherry Ann was acting rather odd. She immediately called the police on the Tatherford family. Peter was arrested and released on bail 13 days later. After 6 trial postponements, he stood in front of the judge on June 17, 1982, the day of his youngest daughter, Gianna's, first communion.
chase you, kangaroo, kangaroo.
What's inside Pandora's BatDocks?
Is that my cauldron? You gave me this cauldron for Hanukkah like 300 years ago. Do you not remember?
You know, just because it's the Festival of Lights doesn't make borrowed objects gifts.
Well, you should have been more clear about that.
Just keep it.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna give a fuck about this busted ass switch purse once you see what's inside it.
So what's inside it?
Take a look.
Oh shit! You found it?
Yeah, bitch, I found it.
So, can I have it?
I need you to do something for me.
Dead man stick.
Dead man stick.
I knew this day would come.
We all gotta come sometimes.
No! What? Seriously? Oh, no! Damn! Nothing works out, man. Wife love me. Wife love me. Lost a job at Radio Shack. Well, I got a job at Radio Shack. Then I lost a job at Radio Shack in the same time. I didn't even need a Chicago dog. I just needed a regular hot dog. I didn't even need the onions or the tomatoes. I just needed a regular hot dog.
Why are you crying?
Came for a hot dog and they closed.
It's been closed for the last month, sir.
Oh, sorry I didn't get the newsletter.
You weren't there for National Free Hot Dog Day on our last day. We announced that we were going to close.
My wife took me to the divorce call the day out.
Look. My hot dog days are over. I'm not going to go back in that kitchen.
You got to have at least one hot dog left. You got to do something for me. You got to do something.
I might have something for you.